software.
See Grounds Ulta. You go get your makeup.
God.
I mean, Fantasy Grounds Ulta would be kind of entertaining because they already sell you pointless cosmetics like dice, and now you can buy different trackers for the combat tracker based on whatever you want to give them money for, I guess.
Microtransactions.
At least they're cosmetic. I'm way more okay with cosmetic.
Yeah.
Like they get actual money
That's
from
what
me
I
when I buy modules too. Like everything that I own in 5e, aside from like 2 physical books, I bought via Fantasy Grounds or when I was forced to buy it through Beyond because that was the only way to get them in the platform that the game I was playing in ran on. You couldn't actually add things yourself. It had to import from Beyond. So I had to go and like, do I want that spell? Do I want to spend $2 to add that spell to my character sheet?
Absolutely
Like,
fucking.
it was awful.
Ooh.
Now WotC owns it, so I hate it even more.
I know, right?
Anyway, yeah. So like, a lot of talking happened last week among so many characters.
Yeah. Yeah, because we essentially the first thing we did was bully the harvesters. Well, Penelope smacked them all out of being charmed, and then into
To be fair,
not
the
being.
last one smacked his own friend.
That's true. That's true. They didn't join the cult, but they're headed for Residuum, where they will hopefully make it safe and sound, and we'll run into them later in the church.
And besides, if they try and pull anything at the church, I mean, I'm pretty sure Lucretia will kick their ass somehow.
Oh yeah.
Which she got a phone call to her. It was really cool.
Oh, you had the water phone.
Look,
so
I know Penelope asked Morgan to teach her some magic. She's like, yeah, the time magic thing, that's cool, whatever. Teach me how to do the water phone.
Yeah, everything else is out the window.
Learn that.
like,
You're
you
just
don't
gonna
wanna learn-
flex on Catherine's. Like,
you
hey
don't-
girl, I'm
So
talking to you on a water phone.
It's like, do you want to learn like this whole like, reversing time thing? Nah, I want the water phone. Are you sure? I can teach you.
We're
No,
breaking
no,
up.
no, water
Blub,
phone.
Blub blub breaking up. Blub blub blub.
I like to think that that's her equivalent to how Skahawk and Fate Grand Order can do practically anything and just say runes.
Yeah, that's true.
Doesn't matter what it is, just says runes. Like that's the explanation, and now we have a filler episode. It's just like, what's that? Rune TV. Okay, sure.
The last note I took last week was Jezebel Chastity. I'm not over that. Okay, anyway.
That's an old reference.
Yeah. We sent the harvesters away. Penelope got to talk to Lucretia via water phone.
Yep. We found out Motley was number 10 in the 27 harvester list.
Mm-hmm.
The Dead Apostles.
There too.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah. All the dead harvesters. The Dead Apostles.
We learned that he rather killed and took the place of Nero Chaos somehow. Let's see. We all walked until we were about a mile away from the cat village, and then most of us settled down for. It was the middle of the afternoon, but settled down to try and rest while Buck and Diana went ahead scouting.
Yep.
And then we had a whole bunch of conversations.
Yeah.
Anna's basically just talked to Freddie and Derek about how she killed a guy and couldn't go to sleep because she kept thinking about how she killed the guy. And then I think last week I said that she finally fell asleep near Derek and not on him, but I'm rescinding that. She fell asleep on him.
These are very important details.
Cute and gay. That's what we're here for. She fell asleep on his lap or something. Whether or not he let her sleep there for 6 hours, that's up in the air.
He just wakes up, his entire leg is numb.
What is being a monk if not being able to power through?
Sometimes you have to do what you have to do in the name of simping. Anyway.
Jesus Christ.
Those were Annis's 2 conversations.
Going back to that whole we found out what number certain dead apostles are. Found out that Inosh is 7. Butcher is 10 because he apparently ate Narrow Chaos, which good lord.
Van-Fem like 13.
Van-Fem is 14.
14. Okay.
And Mara is 22.
And the important thing to note, if you're in the top 10, it means you can't die through normal means. So you got to figure that out.
It's like, you can still die, just not the normal way. Let's see. I don't remember why. Oh, no. Never mind. I remember why I wrote it down this way. I just have Butcher, Celestial Undead Fiend Shit Man. And I'm
I
like,
know what I took.
why did I write that? I'm like, oh, yeah, never mind.
I mean, I probably meant shit, comma, man, but
No.
it's funnier
No,
that way.
Shit Man. Somebody called him a Shit Man.
Yeah.
And then Diana and Buck ran into Zelrach and the Butcher at the cafe from Carnival Phantasm.
Filled with cat people, but not D&D cat people.
Talking like
little cat gremlins.
Yes, that's what we're gonna call them. Let's see, Zelrach and Diana had a brief conversation. And then they went and badgered the Butcher. Let's see, he talked about how he's like, we need to come up with a civil solution where, and the way he said it was like, wherein the servant of Iden, healer of Eldeath. Just in a very dramatic way. It was just funny as hell. We're to play patty cake with the servant of the Butcher.
I want to kill him.
Yeah, right. I'm just like, oh my god,
Same.
fucking hell.
God, look, I stand by.
Basically, he wants to find a way to just go ahead and get the contract like done and nullified and over with, so that he can go do whatever the fuck he wants to do, and Iden can just do whatever. And then he's like, the alternative is he stays holed up in the cafe, his servant does whatever they want, and he's like, and then Iden gets to sleep with the consequences, and he's claiming to know who all the other masters are.
Bullshit.
Eh.
He was so cool and intimidating and hot when he was introduced, and it's just all been downhill for him from
Honestly.
This is why
Honestly. Man promised to chase me, didn't even fucking do it. I am offended.
See, this is why I don't trust either of your taste in men.
This is where I gestured all of my Okadas up them.
This is what cat people look like.
Yeah.
Like, look, compared to the Butcher, Okada Izo is a standing upright citizen.
Anyway, so that was the recap. I don't think we forgot anything important.
I don't really think so either. I mean, like, Diana talked to Morgan for a bit.
At the beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
They're still gonna go scout the rest of the cat village and whatnot.
Yeah.
But we left off basically right after they left the bakery and flipped off the Butcher.
As they should.
Pretty much. I mean, they didn't flip off the Butcher. I think
you
Buck
can
did.
retroactively
did.
make sure.
Yeah,
Nothing.
Buck did.
Yeah.
If I can retroactively say that Annis fell asleep on Derek and he didn't move for 6 hours, then we can say that at least Buck flipped off the Butcher.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Buck thing to do.
I'm like 99% sure he did. And then my favorite note that I took last week was Mishka has tattoos with like 5 exclamation points. And then bear claw marks across his chest right over the neep naps.
He has more tattoos that I forgot to describe, so I'm saying no one noticed because they were so just like the bear claws and then the giant bear on the back were just so like there's a word that I can't think of.
We couldn't bear to look away.
Honestly.
Yeah, so just completely missed the ones on his arms. And possibly the tramp stamp.
God. I forgot. Oh, it was like the constellations for Ursa Major and Ursa Minor on his back.
As a tramp stamp, yep. Does he have other tattoos? I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Roll for tats.
More like when are we going to be in a position where he's taking off his pants? Like
episode 169.
Diana has determined that he has 74 tattoos.
Yeah,
How did she know this? I don't know.
All right, I'm writing it down. Mishka has 74 tattoos. You've seen 3 of them.
71 to go.
Consult the chart. Alrighty. So, yeah, picking up where they left off, then you're just going to go check out the town?
Yeah.
Okay. me get you a map.
I've taken notes in more than half of this notebook. I've only been taking notes since the Lupin Mansion, but
While y'all do
Nice.
that, I'm just start preparing my spells overall.
Sure.
that's
All
a
right,
good
I'm
idea.
gonna share a map that
Ooh.
only one of you will be able to see because I'm only dragging the token through your character onto it. All right. And
Don't think I'll need that. I'm just gonna get rid of that because I can't see.
let's just drag you onto this map.
You know, Ulthar being the city of cats from the one story truly makes sense when you think about the fact that the cats are the Neco Arcs.
Yeah,
Or psychotic enough that they would just destroy people.
I am
Oh
never
boy,
going to
yeah.
understand why it keeps making your token so infinitesimally small.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have no idea where I am right now.
I have to make your token not infinitesimally small. I think something got stuck with it after you were a T-Rex and I had to size you back down. And I just have to figure out what and fix it. All right, let's make you bigger. Or just spin you around a lot because I can never remember the keyboard shortcut. There we go. All right, so turning those grids off now because they're a lot. So can you see where you are on this map?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask
Oops,
you
I
now.
screwed myself up. Huh?
You were supposed to be a quarter the size of a square on that because it's a big map. Um,
Okay, cool.
so
I changed the size by accident.
now you're good. There we go. All right. I'm not gonna bother adding Buck to it. Just assume he's next to you unless I say otherwise, so you can more freely move around. Um, so are you going to be reporting back on what this town looks like to other people?
At some point, yes.
Okay. Um, so because you're going to tell them what you've seen, um, I'm going to ask you to give me a roll for your ability to recall this stuff because if you roll well, I'm just going to let them see the map now and save us all that trouble.
Okay. What would you like me to roll?
You can roll. I'll give you a choice. You can roll your history for your ability to recall the details and like share them. Or if you feel like it, you can roll your. Uh, we're going to use performance as a stand-in for being able to sketch it because they don't actually have a skill for that in this game. So
Yeah.
up to you.
So you said history?
Yeah, performance or history.
Let's do history. Oh,
Okay, yeah, we'll
God
just share the map then.
damn.
damn!
That's fair. You have
Crap, roll
remarkable
those
memory for
20s.
this. I'm just gonna let you share the map as you see things with the world. So
Diana's a professional.
she's a cartographer in her spare time.
What
All
is she
right.
making maps of? I don't know.
So yeah, there's
Maps
Diana approaching a town.
memoirs.
There's not really a rush. So how long do you plan on walking around? Like, do you plan on actually like looking at the entire town, which might take longer? In which case I'll just let you free walk. But
Um, I think she'll do like an initial scout where it's just like not trying to cover the entire town, but at least making note of any like any notable structures, any like anything that seems odd or out of place. I mean, it is Dream's End, so everything is odd and out of place, but you know what I mean.
Right.
Um, just like getting a general lay of the land, and then like if she sees anything that particularly like piques her interest or like sends off any like alarm bells for her,
Okay.
then she'll do a little
Then,
more thorough investigating of that.
all right. Well, I'll give you a general description, and then you can start walking around. So, yeah, like as you're approaching the town properly, it does look like a fairly chill country town. There are a number of houses and structures up ahead. Some of them appear to be shops, others seem to be where people live. Um, to the left of the path where you're going on, there are farm fields. Um, due ahead, there's like some fenced-in areas, some people are keeping livestock. Um, really, as you get closer, there's farm fields around most sides of this place. Like this is a grassland area, so a lot of the land immediately surrounding the town is more fielded. Some of them have been converted to rows of crops. Some of them seem to be more for grazing. Presumably, there's livestock around here. You have some questions in your mind as to whether or not cat people keep like cows and stuff, but at least they have the space for it. Um,
Yeah.
at the center of town, which you can see over the things ahead of you right now, there's a large tree. And this
Hmm.
very large tree stands out as the center point for like the actual layout of the town. So um, you get the sense that perhaps the tree was here first and they built a town around it. And over time, it just got a little bit bigger. But this is not a massive settlement. Like there's maybe 20 or so buildings total here, and some of them are clearly just homes.
Right.
So,
Okay.
having stated that, um, I will let you walk around. Like, try not to get zoomies just because it's less fun if you just show the whole map at once. But,
Yeah.
all right. So let's. Can you move your token right now?
Let me see. I can nudge it in the direction it needs to go, and then it looks like you'll have to like approve the motion.
Okay. We'll just do that for a little bit then.
Okay. Um, she's gonna start moving towards this tree.
Okay.
I assume that's the tree. It kind of looks like a tree.
The thing ahead of you.
It may not.
Right now, you're approaching a
Yeah.
series of
Oh,
houses. There's a tree in the distance.
oh,
Um,
hold on. Pointers. Where's pointers? There we go. One sec. Once again, I do not recommend playing on Fantasy Grounds with a trackpad. It's not a good time.
I imagine.
Okay, okay. I think I see where I'm going now.
Yeah. So like right now,
Okay.
you are on the kind of walkway toward someone's collection of chicken.
Of chickens?
Yeah, they're like right ahead of you. There's a fence that
Mm-hmm.
if you walk up to it, you can look over it and you can see inside.
It appears to still be blank. Or I can't see it anyway.
Got it. How's that?
Ah, there it is.
Yeah. So this area,
Chickens!
from a mechanical standpoint, there are some things that obstruct your view unless you're right up against them, like these fences. They're like maybe like 5 feet tall. So tippy toes or
Gotcha.
climbing, you can look over them, but from a distance, they still block your view. And that fence
Gotcha.
is one of them.
Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Ah,
But obviously, once you've seen over it, you can kind of fog of war see what was there. So as you walk
yeah.
around, it should be a little bit clearer, like what the town looks like, but also what you can see at any given moment.
Okay. Yeah. She's gonna keep wandering around until she gets to the tree.
Okay, so yeah, you were effectively walking through someone's yard to get there, but you did it. Um, when you get to the tree, um, this is a massive tree. There's actually a number of like tables under it. They're like picnic tables. It's a nice shady spot where people could come out and presumably eat. The keeping in mind that every square that you see on this map is 10 feet instead of the usual 5, which is why Diana's so
Mm-hmm.
small. This is a massive tree. Um, the
Yeah.
size of this tree is tremendous, and you can absolutely walk up under most of it simply because the branches are not going directly up, they're branching out above it. But looking around, you get the impression that maybe the cats um, use this area as like a communal meal space, or a meeting place, because like even on a very sunny day, well, sun in air quotes because you don't have a traditional sun in Dreams End, but bright days, the shade is straight down and around, and it's so big that like the whole area under there just feels less warm, so it's comfy.
Nice. Is there anyone around the tree at all right now? Or actually, have I seen anyone just period?
So far walking through, you haven't seen anyone, but when you get to the tree, you actually can see there's a cat person currently taking a nap on one of the little picnic table things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's up to you if you want to wake them up or not. But because I already opened it, we'll say that this is the one that is labeled as Bubbles. Um, the cat person just chilling.
She's gonna leave the cat person alone for now. Um, Mostly because she doesn't want to disturb anybody's sleep.
Hmm.
Sleep is precious. Um, let's see. Making myself a note. I would probably not understand that note later, but here we are. She's gonna continue just kind of browsing around, seeing what else she can see.
Okay. So yeah,
Um,
looking around over here, uh,
mm-hmm,
there's a two-story house or
mm-hmm.
structure of some kind. There are stairs going up to the top of it, but looking in from the front, it seems like this is more of a shop. Like someone lives maybe upstairs, similar to what Annis does, but downstairs is a general store.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna try and find the entrance.
Okay, the
Oh dear.
entrance, yep, it's over there. So looking inside, you can see there is a cat who seems pretty bored, just sort of slumped over at a little desk, elbow down. That cat looks like this. And this cat seems to be pretty bored, just sitting there. Like there's a book nearby, but she doesn't appear to be paying attention to her book. She seems to just be sort of slumped over, making that face. You can't quite tell if she's awake or not, but when you're approaching, you do see like a one eye open and look at you, and then go back to close.
Um, okay, she's gonna try and go in the store.
Okay, the door does not appear to be locked. You can see inside. There's a lot of agricultural supplies in here. You've got pitchforks, you've got shovels, you've got a lot of that. There's lots of bags of seed. There's a certain smell in the area of fertilizer. And next to the giant bags of fertilizer, there are giant bags of kitty litter. Um, Not sure what they're going to do with that here, but it's here. And also there are giant like containers, like metal casks meant for presumably collecting milk from dairy cows or transporting milk or something to that effect. You're assuming milk because
Gotcha.
cat, but realistically there's a sign next to it written in cute writing that says good for milk, so safe assumption.
Good. um. Okay. Once she's had like a chance to kind of browse around and see what all's in the store, she's going to walk up to the counter and just kind of tap on the counter to see if the cat person's awake.
Meow. The cat person
Hey,
turns their head perpendicular and opens the eye on the left, which is now the top eye.
I didn't wake you up, did I?
No, just resting.
I take it
Welcome
you don't.
to
Hmm?
town. Have you been here before? I don't recognize you.
No, no, I'm actually just kind of in the area.
Then welcome indeed. This is Ulthar, the village of upstanding cat people and other cat people. Would you like to purchase something?
Um, do you have a clear map of the town or anything?
A map of the town?
Mm-hmm. Or any like
She rotates so
recommendations?
that now her mouth is the top part and both of her heads are there, but both of her eyes are opening. Both of her head, like her head is
Mm-hmm.
there but upside down. And she looks at you with both of her eyes and she says, we don't really need maps because we live in the town.
I guess you don't get much in the way of tourism either, huh?
More lately than before. The people with the fire hair lady come in. They like to buy things.
Oh, what kind of things do they buy?
All kinds of things. She rolls over and she's now made a full rotation so that her chin is on the table, but she's like a foot to the right of where she started. Sometimes they like to buy corn. Sometimes they like to buy wheat. Sometimes they like to buy meat. Most of the time, they walk by and they ask if we've had any visitors. So I guess I've got an update for them now. That's fun. Do you, visitor, have a name that I can give them?
I do. Although could I pay you to not tell them I was here?
I love getting paid to not do things.
Oh yes, and this would be the easiest $500 you've made in your life.
I don't
I
need
don't know
doll
that.
hairs.
I mean, not doll hairs. Whatever the curse.
We like shiny.
Oh, I've got shiny, and she just kind of like opens up a little pouch in her bag that has a bunch of like just gold coins in it that aren't the cursed gold coins
Those are
specifically.
pretty.
Yeah, and some of them could be yours if you decide to keep my visit a secret.
I'll quickly forget.
Beautiful. Um, See, the good thing about that is like it. See, I'm kind of planning a surprise party for them.
Oh,
They
is it
don't
their
know it yet.
birthday?
Yes, it's actually there's one person in the group who's got he's got a birthday coming up soon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so if they found out I was here, then that would spoil the entire surprise, you know?
Yeah, it's not as fun if you know it's coming.
Exactly. Um, but you've said you've seen the fire-haired lady running around with him too?
Yeah, she's loud. She wakes everyone up.
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't think she would come into town with them.
Just when they want to pick up too many things. One time they wanted to have all the jugs, but the jugs were full. So it was too much for them to carry, so they had her do it. And so she walked in and she screamed a lot, and then she picked them up, and then she screamed a lot, and then she disappeared. But then later she was outside, and then she disappeared again, and she took all the jugs.
Hmm. Um,
It was
was her
pretty
hair
rough though. When
actually
she
on?
went outside, she was
Oh,
so fast that the window broke.
it's not good.
No, we made them fix that.
And did they actually fix it?
Yeah, they fixed it. One of them did a
Okay.
thing where they wiggled their fingers and then the glass came back together. It's not as
Huh.
smooth as it used to be though. It's foggy now. I don't think they did a good job.
Oh, well, that's not nice of them.
Yeah, but we
You
weren't
didn't.
picky. Makes it easier to lose focus if people can't see me during the day. So maybe
I
a blessing in
mean,
disguise.
that's one way to look at it. Um, so can you tell me a little more about the firehead lady?
I mean, she's got fire for hair, and she's very
Uh-huh.
loud, and she's very
Uh-huh.
fast. And she did not seem very happy that she was told to pick stuff up. And
Um,
she, oh, she had a pointy thing on her.
a
Yeah,
pointy thing.
yeah, she had a pointy thing.
Um, what kind of pointy thing?
So she had a pointy stick and she had a pointy knife.
A
And they both
pointy.
looked very much like they would hurt. So I'm glad she didn't use them.
Hmm. Did Out of curiosity, just because I don't know if you can tell by looking at me, but I love good outfits. Um, yours is very nice, by the way.
Thank
Um,
you. I wear it myself.
yes, and you're doing a great job. Um, did you happen to notice what she was wearing? We were going to trade fashion tips at some point, and it just never quite happened.
Oh, her fashion is questionable.
Oh dear.
She's got a dress. It's like a white dress, but it doesn't fit at all. It's all frumpy. I think she's got stuff on under it. Maybe she's insecure about her figure.
Hmm. And is that all you could really tell, or?
She wasn't here long. She was fast and loud.
I mean, that's fair. Was there ever a point where she wasn't screaming?
She just screamed when people told her what to do. And then at one point, when she was here another time, this time was just a few days ago, she
Mm-hmm.
was sent here to pick up some more stuff and she was angry. But when she was standing there holding the stuff and waiting for them to finish their business, she turned her head when she heard a horn. It was a loud horn. It was like a trumpet or something. I don't know. It was some horn. And when she heard the horn, she dropped what she was carrying and ran off. So then they had to carry the rest of it back themselves.
Huh.
They weren't happy about that, but she wasn't here, so they had to deal with it.
Well, they should be dealing with it. It's their stuff.
That's what I
Um,
thought. But they had good shinies.
I bet they did. They usually do. Was there a kind of weird looking patchwork looking guy with them at some point?
Oh, you
Blonde.
mean Mr. Stitches?
Yeah.
Yeah, he came once or twice. He seemed to be having fun just walking around. He kept laughing to himself. I don't know what was so funny, but he seemed to think this whole place was pretty funny.
Did he ever say anything
Not
about the
to,
place or anything?
not
Just
particularly. He just kept saying cats to himself and then laughing. I don't know if
oh,
that's
mm.
rude or not, but it's what he did. Other than that, he didn't do much. He didn't come in here to shop. He made other people do that for him. He seemed to be their
Well,
boss.
that's yeah, that's lazy of him.
I think
Um,
he went to the potion place, though. I think he went over there.
oh, where there's a potion place in town?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a cat potion place. Like, they actually call it the cat potion place. Like, we thought it was pretty simple, but I think they came up with some kind of acronym for it that they were proud of. So, yeah, you could find it. It's across the way. If you go out and across past the big tree, it's the first building in the square on the other side. It's got the dark roof.
Okay. Good to know. I'll need to stop there at some point.
I would recommend
What?
it. The guy who runs it is very good. He's very good at taking the potion and making it not taste bad.
That sounds good.
Yeah, some of them are chicken flavored. Some of them taste like salmon. Some of them just have a fun, hard to place taste, but it makes you think of peanuts. So you can't really find potions that taste that good anywhere else.
So they're more savory potions, you'd say.
Yeah, there's that. They're not sweet potions, they're savory.
Okay.
Go,
Um,
they pair with some wines better than others.
huh, good to know. Is there anywhere else in town I should check out?
Oh, it all depends. Like, I mean, you probably saw the big napping tree.
I did.
It's a good place for napping.
It looked cozy.
Yeah, we like it. Like every now and then, or every few hours, depending really, we'll each take turns just going out there and taking a quick nap. It's a good tree. It'll make you feel nice and rested up in no time.
Huh, that's neat.
Yeah. Other than that, I mean, there's plenty of people here. I mean, we've got a school, we've got our own little pub sometimes. Like if you go out of town, sometimes there's a bakery, sometimes there's not. It seems to just show up when it feels like it, but it's got pretty good bread. Like we have our own
Yeah, I
bakery
would.
too, but it's a bit different. Like our bread from our bakery is more like more the normal stuff, the more sourdoughs or whatever. Like that one's special and fancy and sweet.
Ah,
Let's see, other than that, yeah, like we've got a blacksmith, we got stables, we got all kinds of stuff. We have a whole functioning town here. We're practically residuum, but without all the tourists. No offense.
oh no, it's totally fine. I recognize that I am a tourist right now. You would be a tourist where back at my house too, so that's okay.
Where's your house at?
Um, I'm not really from close to here.
Oh, you're a traveler. You know, you have to be careful. There's dinosaurs out there.
Oh, I'm highly aware. I saw some earlier.
Oh, they're fun.
Yeah, the T-Rexes were pretty interesting.
Oh, the big ones, the big chompy chomp ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be careful with those.
Yeah, I kept my distance. I didn't really interact with them. So, but it's kind of cool to see from a distance.
Yeah, they're neat.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you get back to chilling. Um, just remember I was not here.
Of
If
course not.
um yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't catch your name.
Oh, my apologies. My name is Sniffles.
Is what?
Sniffles.
Sniffles.
Sniffles. Like
Sniffles.
when you want to sniff something, but you got some milk on your nose, so you sniffles.
Huh. Well, that's a nice name.
I think so.
Thank you, Sniffles.
No
Um,
problem.
yeah, I'll see you the next time I'm around.
Okay, I'll see you for the first time the next time you're around.
Exactly. And she's gonna leave.
That's fair.
Let's see. Oh no! That's not what I meant to do.
What have you
Okay,
done?
there we go. I made Diana bigger. Going back to T-Rex mode.
Dun.
Um, yeah, she's gonna head over to wherever the potion shop is.
Yeah?
Um, do. Trying not to go too zoomies.
Yeah. So the potion shop is the first building. Um, I guess if you're a clock, then where you're at
Mm-hmm.
right there is a little past it.
Uh-huh.
It's the building slightly north of what you're passing under it now.
Ah,
I guess with
okay.
the map lines, you
So,
can't really see their colors as well because the roofs are obscured. But
yeah.
yeah. But yeah. So
So
this
it's this
one,
one right.
yep, you can see written on in the front, there's like a little sandwich board, and the sandwich
Mm-hmm.
board is labeled cat potions. There you go.
Oh, now I'm on the roof.
Yeah, I moved you in so you could see the billing. Um,
Okay.
so yeah, it's labeled cat potions, and the C, A, and T seem to have periods to signify that it stands for something, but it is not spelled out in any place.
Hmm.
And inside of cat potions, you see a cat, which makes sense,
What?
right? Here is the cat in cat potions.
Of course. God. Okay.
So the cat that you see is currently in the process of uh, sorting through a number of um, vials of red liquid lining the back shelf. It seems like this place would normally have a wide variety of potions, but all that you can see and hear are red ones along the back wall, and all of the front area seems to have been picked through. And there are a few like booklets and whatnot out that to you from right here look like they might contain like a catalog for ordering different kinds of
Oh,
potions. But in terms of
Mm-hmm.
actual inventory, this cat seems to be focusing on the red ones along the back. When you walk in, a little bell rings, and when that happens, the cat immediately turns around, rolls onto their back, paws up at the bell, and then realizes the bell is at the door, freaks out, hops up, and then pulls out a cigarette, lights it, and just tries to lean there like they're very cool instead of what just happened. Welcome to Cat Potions. How can I help you?
Thank you. Um, I mean, I was told that you actually had some really good potions here.
All the finest potions, all the finest flavors.
But it seems like you've been pretty wiped out.
It has been a very busy season for us. We've had a number of people coming in from out of town who are absolutely fascinated by the wonderful things that we provide here. I've sold them all sorts of potions, but I can't seem to sell them on these. And he gestures to all the red ones.
Hmm. Oh, what are those?
Healing potions. Um, Pretty simple ones. They're all the most basic fare, but it seems odd to me that anyone would want to travel in this land without having a few on standby.
Oh yeah, of course.
You never know when you'll stub your toe or lose your foot.
Yeah, those are both things that happen. Um,
Far more often than they should.
honestly. Um, how much are your healing potions?
Oh, we try to sell them in bulk, but pricing can, of course, be arranged. It really depends on how much shiny you've brought with you.
Diana just holds up the bag of shiny.
Ooh, you know what you're looking for in this world.
Of
Well, if
course I
what you're
do.
looking for is potions, I have many flavors available. I personally prefer the salmon. It just goes down smooth and reminds you of fishing it yourself. Sometimes I'll drink them when I don't hurt just because I like the taste. But if you would be
Um,
interested, we also have other flavors. There's a wide variety. We've got meats. We have something that I don't really understand it, but they call it kibble. I'm
okay.
experimenting on it. It's an attempt
Oh,
at taking our potions and turning them into tiny little solids that you can chew instead.
interesting,
Less risk of
interesting.
spilling.
Um, how many potions do you have there? She is like looking like she's counting the different bottles.
So looking at the back wall, um, it's kind of laid up like a bookshelf where there's like a single potion vial. Like they're not like levels back, but they are lining a wall. Just doing a quick
Hmm.
eyeball on it, you'd see there's maybe 15 or 20 of the things across a few shelves. Like it's not like a full library, but there's enough space around each one of them for a tiny little placard identifying what they are, as well as their flavor. And yeah, you'd say there's maybe about 20.
Okay. So she just kind of like leans across the counter and is like, "So, how much would it be if I wanted to buy every single potion you have in this shop?"
Oh, you're not going to start your own business, are you?
Oh goodness, no. I'm not a businesswoman.
It's a very difficult business to break into. Honestly, uh, in my experience, other potion crafters can be very competitive. They don't they'll start like full turf wars, so as long as you're not buying them to start up your own, in which case I would have to crush you.
I mean, that's only fair.
Such would be business, of course. But no, for this, he looks over at your collection of gold and he says, hmm, I'll tell you what. Take out the coins and start stacking them. And when you've stacked up enough for my interest, we'll be there.
Okay. She starts stacking the coins.
Every time you place a coin down, you see the cat's
Mm-hmm.
eyes open and close,
Mm-hmm.
and open and close. Like there's like an active blink counting going on. And as the stack goes up to like not an unreasonable height, but like by no means what these would actually be worth. It
Mm-hmm.
seems once you reached about a foot tall of coins, this cat is like, oh, that looks good. And I mean, yes, of course, that is a perfectly valid amount of coin for our collection here. Tell me, would you like it to go back?
No, I will just put them in my bag here. Um,
You have to be careful to keep the flavors separate unless you like the surprise.
the surprise element is the best part. Um,
I like you.
Thank you. Ooh,
Okay.
um,
I'm gonna add to your inventory 20 mystery cat potions then. Functionally, they're all just going to be potions of healing, but I will label them as mystery cat potions, and you'll find out the flavors as people drink them.
Oh dear.
excellent.
They're just standard healing. They're not like superiors
Yeah,
or
they're just
anything like
normal
that.
ones.
Excellent.
Okay, so while they're settling out that transaction, she's going to be like, by the way, I noticed that the cat and cat potion seems to be an acronym for something.
Ah, you noticed. Excellent. Yes, the C is for cat,
Okay.
and the A is for amazing,
Okay.
and the T is for cat.
Um, sh- that yes. The T spelling for cat is a very rare spelling.
I wanted to
It's
differentiate myself from my competitors.
Oh, is there another cat potions floating around that doesn't use the T spelling?
Not anymore. And then he smirks.
Oh, well, that's good. um,
Business is fierce.
yeah, of course. Oh, speak of which, you said you've had a lot of visitors and tourists lately, correct?
Yes, the strange the strange people, I suppose. They they dress like they're going to blend in with the woods, but none of the woods around here look like that.
Mm,
Seems to be more of a fashion choice. But
yes, they're not very fashionable.
they come in from time to time. They buy my potions. I appreciate that. They are good for business. They bring many shinies as well.
Hmm.
And occasionally they bring the screaming fire-haired woman, but she doesn't come in here.
Hmm. I wonder why that is.
She seems to have other things on her mind.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, I too would have other things on my mind if my hair were on fire constantly.
Seems like it would be a danger. I would
Yeah, a
prefer
little bit.
she not enter all the same. It's very difficult to get the smell of smoke out.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um. So, when these people come in, what kind of potions do they usually buy?
Almost everything. I've sold them potions for breathing underwater. I've sold them potions that give them burst of speed with commensurate slowdown once they're done. I've given them potions that sustain them over long periods of time when they don't have food. I don't know what it is with that crowd, but they don't seem to want the potions that make them feel better when they get hurt. The Mr. Stitches claims that those are for the weak, and they seem to respect that. At one point, one of
Oh,
his people tried to buy one, and he got furious with them. He
hmm.
said he didn't want to ever see one again.
Hmm.
Weird.
Hmm.
Um, so so he just doesn't like the healing potions. Is that's interesting.
It's an odd thing to dislike. It's actually one of the most common potions to make because it's so practical. You working in the field, accidentally hit your foot with the hoe, scream and swear a lot, but then you drink a potion and you're back good to go. They're the most practical potion for anyone who doesn't have very unusual needs to breathe underwater or soar through the air.
I mean, yeah. Hmm. So if does he have has he ever said more than that about how he just doesn't like healing potions, or has he ever talked to you
Mostly
about
he
it?
seemed to have a temper about them. He didn't elaborate. They seemed to defer to him.
Hmm. So that's hmm interesting. When was the last time they were here?
A few days ago, it I remember this. They were shopping across the way, picking up supplies, and this was about the time the shadow flew over. The whole area went dark for a moment. I asked one of the cats taking a nap outside what they saw, and they said that it looked like a big dragon flew over. And it seems when the strange plant-dressed people saw this, the Stitches man blew his horn to get the attention of the fire-haired woman, and then they left immediately to the east. Perhaps they wanted to chase the dragon.
And they haven't been back since?
No, we've not seen them since. Well, I've not seen them since. I don't really pay attention much outside of my shop and, of course, craft night.
Mm-hmm.
And
Craft night.
disco night.
Disco night?
And the bake sale. We have a lively
You,
community.
yeah, you sound like a very social group.
Well, it's important to have things to keep a people together.
You're absolutely right. Um, so,
You should come with us to karaoke night.
oh, trust me, you don't want me at karaoke. I, and if I'm wrong in this assumption, I apologize. I assume that you have pretty good hearing because, and she just kind of gestures to the cat ears.
I don't mean to brag, but I do hear things.
Yeah, I let's just say that you do not want to hear me singing at karaoke because it might actually damage your hearing.
Oh, pish posh, I'm sure your voice is as lovely as your face.
Now, see, you're trying to flatter me, and it's working. However, my
It's
voice
not
actually isn't.
necessary, you've already bought out my stock.
Well, when is karaoke night?
Karaoke night will be in 2 nights.
Well, if I'm free in 2 nights, I'll come over for karaoke night.
I recommend it. It's a fun evening, and really, it's an excellent opportunity to get drunk. We bring out
I
the good
mean,
stuff.
it sounds like a good time. Oh, so one more thing before I go. Actually, let me walk that back a little bit. Two things before I go. Um, are there any other places in town that you recommend I visit before I head out for the day?
It's the middle of the day, so for most places it's nap time. Not
Mm-hmm.
sure how much you'll really see. Like if you need farming supplies, there's the general store. If you
Right.
wish to observe the wonders of our library, like the school should be available, but perhaps better to visit after hours. Our kittens are quite enthusiastic.
Oh dear.
And if you are more interested in art, you could check out the gallery.
Hmm. Interesting. Is there not would you know if the people dressed like plants if there's any particular place they've gone a lot lately or
Mostly they seem to come to shop and then move on.
got okay. All right. So I do have one last request if you don't mind hearing me out. Um so the stack of coins I gave you for the potions.
Yes,
How would you like a second stack?
I have no more potions to sell you.
Yes, but you could do me a favor.
I am open for shiny.
So the plant the plant dressing people and Stitches and Miss Fireball. How would you feel about not allowing them to shop here anymore if I gave you that second stack of coin?
That would not be good for business for long, but
I mean,
for what it's worth to you, it's going to take me some time to rebuild my stock.
mm-hmm.
So if you're offering me first orders for future potions, I will have to prioritize those first.
Well then, how about this? I will leave you two additional stacks of coins for all of the potions that you would make that would cost that much.
Interesting. I'm happy to
Mm-hmm.
do that, though it will take some time.
It's okay. That is perfectly fine. I've got plenty of time, so of
Happy to make your patronage.
course. And then she's gonna pull a card out of her bag. It's blank right now, but she's going to write a name on it.
Uh-huh.
I haven't thought of what that name is gonna be yet, but she's gonna write that down and just slide it over. And she's like, "Here's my card. If you ever need to reach out to me, here's my contact information. Um, I may not be reachable again for some time. Maybe I'll come by for karaoke night if I'm available, but if not, I'll try to stop by at some point. Um,
I'll be sure to hold the order for you once I have it.
all right, thank you. You've been incredibly helpful.
Thank you for your business.
course.
I hope to see you at music night.
All right, we shall see.
Hooray.
She's gonna step outside.
There you
I think for the rest of it, she was essentially gonna do just a general walk around.
Sure.
Um, Mostly because my computer's not wanting to cooperate with doing such walk around. I'm
Right,
like,
that's totally
"Mm,
fair. Like, yeah, if you want to just walk around and get like a view of what the city looks like, I can just
yeah,
drag you for a bit.
yeah,
Okay. So this is a different path out of town to some farmland.
mm-hmm,
I'm gonna zoom out Merlin just so that other people can see. Uh, there we go. Yeah, this path goes to the northwest. There's a fence made of stone, like a tiny wall. Like you can walk around it pretty easily, but there's a wall that separates off that for a ways. If you continue going in this direction, you just get to more open farmland. So this is kind of an edge
mm-hmm,
of town scenario, but there's a bunch of these seem to be houses. Like people seem to live, well, cats seem to live here. Like they're people, but they're
mm-hmm,
cat people. They live in these. So these are more farmhouse type things. Um, Scurrying down here, this building here appears to be like an actual, like if you look in here, um, they've got crops and stuff in the back. They've got
mm-hmm.
chicken coops. Like this seems to be the more local bakery type place. Um,
Right,
they've got eggs, they've got a field, they presumably get their own wheat that they take care of there. So this is the like not fancy dimension hopping bakery, it's just a more normal bakery. Um,
gotcha.
like places down here seem to be a combination of like some of these are residential, some of these are um, like some of them, like you saw before, have their own like animals and stuff, but these seem to be mostly like just people living here. Um, they have like some businesses that they run out of their home, but these are more like clerical things. Like one of them is essentially the cat notary. You don't know how much that's necessary, but they have a big sign informing you that if you have it written down, you want them to see it. So that's fun.
Okay.
Up here at the top of the town seems to be more of the like social function places, like this thing right here. This big building right there is the multi-purpose area. It seems to be the indoor version of the social gathering space. You get the impression from some of the pictures around that this is where everything from cat weddings to birthday parties to probably karaoke night, if it's indoors, seem to happen. It's just a multi-purpose place. This building right
Right.
here is um, labeled simply the art gallery. And just taking a peek inside, you see art done by cats. um, you notice that in particular, per like what you learned before, this is a very community driven place. So this is like when you're going to a state fair or a county fair
Mm-hmm.
and like you have all of the different people have drawn something on a theme. They seem to display them here for a while. Um, the theme of the current one seems to actually be uh, drawing the lady with the fire hair in various places. Some of them went for very realistic and detailed. Some of them look more like children drew them, and they just drew like a cat standing there the same style that all of them are in, but with like their head on fire and an angry face. Um, Looking over it, you don't really see any more details that you can rely on because they take a lot of artistic liberty, but you can tell that they're all, this is something we can all draw now. So that's in there. Over here on this side seems to be the cat doctor slash veterinarian
Mm-hmm.
slash barber slash most of the functionality that you would get out of this. They also seem to be like the more normal drugstore, not the potion store. You get the impression that
Yeah.
whatever cat works here is probably overworked, but also taking on a bunch of social roles.
Yeah.
Um, Up in this area, it's a bunch more like residential areas. Some of these buildings seem to have multiple cat families that seem to manage some of the farms in the area. Um, Down here, in the like the bottom part of the town, uh, gets a little bit tighter, but there's a whole bunch of buildings that similarly seem to be the homes and residences, but also technically the cat hotel, like this one with a big circle on it over here
Hmm.
seems to be like the equivalent of an inn or hotel or pub. I'll just drag you inside of it to give you the shape. Um,
Ah.
that's the more public place facing the square. Um, they've got a vacancy sign up, so presumably if a lot of you wanted to sleep in the town, you could do that. Um, Other than that, yeah, like there's just a bunch of random places that seem to double as houses and personal business. There's a very large building down here on the right that
Mm-hmm.
seems to be labeled like Mayor of Ulthar. That is not available for you to walk in, but it seems to be like the wealthiest slash most politically connected cat's house. It is
Right.
noteworthy because just looking in the windows, it seems to be a two-story building that is on the inside is almost entirely cat towers. So just imagine that to scale with a person, and this is like a giant jungle gym of cat trees and stuff.
Amazing.
You again looking in the window, you can see that there's one cat in there who's wearing like a top hat and a monocle, and seems to be taking a nap at like a big fancy desk, but the desk has no paper on it. The bookshelves have nothing on them. You get the impression that this is simply someone trying to play out the idea of being the mayor, but really they're just playing in their giant wealthy cat house all day.
Okay.
Um, and yeah, everything else just residential farming. Nothing that really stands out to you. Like if we come up with a function that I forgot before, it's one of those, but you get the
Okay.
idea.
Um. So aside from the two places she's talked to specifically, like, has there been and the pictures of the fire her servant in the art gallery? Are there any other signs of like people who aren't cat people in the village or
Uh, give me
anything that seems
give me a perception check, and we'll see if you noticed anything while wandering around.
come on, Diana. I believe in you. Eh. 14.
You haven't really seen anyone other than cat people, and most of the cat people you've seen seem to be in like nap mode. You don't know if nap mode is like just the time of day you're here, or if they just spend most of their day sleeping.
Mm,
You kind of get the impression that most of their needs are pretty well met, or they're out working in the fields. Um, but yeah, like looking around, you didn't really come across anything stood out as outside people. The place seems to be built mostly for cats, so um, when you were looking around in the like the inn for a little bit, the person,
mm-hmm.
like the cat working there, seemed to be really interested in trying to sell you a room because they said that they haven't really had anyone for a while and it's kind of a boring place without guests, but you got the impression that no one is staying here from out of town right now.
Gotcha. Okay. Um, and one other thing before I think that wraps up her general scouting in the area is back to the art gallery. Um,
Mm,
I know this can is her cell phone at least functional enough to take pictures?
you can take photos. Yeah,
Okay. She's gonna take pictures of the art,
yep, no one stops you.
just to yeah, just to get kind of a general idea, like to combine the description of what the one person gave plus the artwork from the townspeople of
Yeah,
basically to give them a better idea of what the servant looks like.
sure.
Okay. Um. Okay, I think that's pretty much it from her scouting.
Okay.
Or yeah, I can't really think of anything else that she would need to do.
Oh, one thing that Diana would notice just while we're here,
Yeah.
over here, there's a well,
Oh,
and it does have water in it.
how far down is the water?
Not too far down. Like you get the impression that if someone were to fall in the well, they could pull themselves out with the rope relatively quickly. It's maybe like 4 or 5 feet down.
Okay.
It's a very full, well-maintained well.
Okay.
So
Good to know.
most people wouldn't
Oh
care.
yeah.
You would, but
Yeah. Um, any other like bodies of water?
as mentioned before, like there's a pond to the northwest out in the farmlands. It seems like a lot of the area actually has like there are several smaller ponds, but there's a larger pond to the northwest. Like none of these are full-blown lakes, but they seem to be
Right.
used with an irrigation system. So like if you're looking for a larger body of water, the biggest one's to the northwest, but there are a few of them scattered around the outskirts of the town. You could get to any of them it will like within a minute running at
Yeah.
full speed if that was your goal.
Okay, yeah, she'll at least like keep it, or she just wants to like scope them out and be like, okay, that's where that one is, that's where that one is, just in case she needs that information later.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Okay.
Um, she will. Yeah, I guess she'll start heading back towards the group.
Okay. Like I'll just go ahead and tell you, like you don't run into any trouble on the way back, so you are welcome to
Yeah.
be back with the group. Buck is also with you. While you were looking around at all of this stuff, um,
Mm-hmm.
Buck kind of disappeared while you were in the community, like market, and then he
Yeah.
reappeared when you were taking pictures of the art, and then he shrugged and said, "Yeah, it's really weird how into her they are, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
I guess she stands out."
Yeah, I wonder. Hmm. Like, there's got to be some clue to her identity or something. I There's got to be something I've overlooked in all this, or maybe something they've overlooked. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really know much about firehead people, but she seems to be angry. That seems to be a recurring theme. I talked to some of the kittens, and they said that the fire lady was very loud and mean.
Yeah. Oh, and she's gonna wait until they're a little further out of the town to bring up this point. She's gonna be like, "So, our friend, what did they call him? Mr. Stitches, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, I get you.
Um, so apparently he has something against healing potions,
It's a weird choice.
right?
You think he's like an
Apparently only.
anti-vaxxer?
Oh God, that would explain so much. Um, I don't know, but he apparently won't even let his flunkies get healing potions, like even the basic ones.
I mean, he did march a whole bunch of them off into the snow to die, didn't he?
I mean, he did, but he also apparently said that he never wanted to see another one ever.
That's weird.
Yeah, I'm. I have
But he,
some suspicion.
he would hate Annis so much. She makes those things like the candy.
She does. I want. Mm, I wonder if has she ever made them as candy?
I mean, I tell
I'm
her
getting
to all the
thinking about.
time. But think about it, like you get a giant lollipop
Hmm.
and then you're like, oh my knee, it hurts. Then you just lick the lollipop and you're good. And you got a lollipop. Seems easy to me.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
I don't
she's
know,
afraid
maybe
that if she does,
maybe
Aiden will just eat all of them.
I honestly he'll eat 20 different potions at the same time and then I don't even want to think about what would happen then. Um,
Super
but
healthy and then super not.
yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I wonder if okay, I have a funny theory. Hear me out. What if healing potions actually hurt him?
And that would be backwards.
I mean, is there anything about him that is forwards?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could try to shove him down his throat with a funnel. At the very least, it'd be funny. Like, if he starts choking but he's getting healed, he'd probably be very inconvenient.
Yeah. But I also wonder if like healing spells specifically might also do something.
I don't know, could be. I mean, I'm open for trying stuff. Like, I can't really cast healing spells, but
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
I can't either.
eh, maybe Big Horse could take care of
We're a
it.
great pair.
Listen, our job is to not get hurt.
I mean, you're right. We're supposed to not get hurt, find the information we need, and do our thing.
Should probably go let
Ugh.
them know, huh?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Heading back to the camp.
Bam. Do you want to use this as a logical break time?
I think it's a great break time.
Okie dokie.
I assume everybody else is good with it too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's a ye.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a mm-hmm. So, yeah. Yay!
Hurrah. All right. Well, then, anyone watching this and recording, feel free to skip ahead. Enjoy. All right, we back. I'll leave the map up just so you can see it, but obviously Diana's not there.
Yeah.
Diana to the middle, so you don't have the tree shadow going on. There you go.
Woo woo.
So yeah, you successfully return. You find a tiny hut and various lookouts and stuff, and sleeping
And
Annis
sleep
on
Anna's.
Derek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And say how much
But
time has passed.
I was about to say, yeah, there's a couple things that I'll need to roll once
Yeah.
the rest is over, but I don't know if it's over yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like we.
It's
Yeah.
like 3:30 now. It's becoming a little more afternoon. It's been a few hours. Like it didn't take you that long to get there, but walking around the town took a while. So you're not through a long rest yet, but like you have been here for several hours. Like plenty of time for all the other conversations to happen.
Cool.
And most of you who are taking long rest have entered the like chill phase of it.
We're
So
Yeah.
awake, but we're not really doing much.
mhm.
Okay, so we have gotten enough sleep.
I mean, you got a nap, but like also you've only been awake for so long. Like keeping in mind you did have like a night's sleep before all of this happened because of when you got
Okay.
back. So like you're not in danger of
As long
not
as we're not
being
doing.
rested yet. You just decided to rest after being awake for like 5 hours.
So as
I
long
mean,
as we're not doing like tedious like things, we'll still kind of get that quote unquote
As long
long
as you're not doing
rest. I
anything
just want to
super
make sure.
strenuous, yeah. Like yeah.
Cool.
like Annis,
Sweet.
wink wonk. Yeah, Annis was tired enough that she passed out on Derek.
Yeah. I didn't.
I
I
mean,
didn't
keep in
spend a
mind
lot of
your
nap.
day consisted of going to a place, fighting some dinosaurs, going to more places, dealing with different stuff based on which place you went next, and then ambushing a convoy of dudes. Like all of that plus walking, plus it's hot. Like it's exhausting.
Yeah.
You got in a lot of work.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, Diana's back, as is Buck.
Yeah. She's gonna knock on the supposed door of the tiny then just let herself in because she's like, yeah, I know how to get in this thing.
And she
And
does.
Penelope. Huh?
And she
And
does.
she does.
Yeah.
Yay! Cool. Um. All right, wake up, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. I don't actually know what time it is. Checking my watch. Um. Yeah. Who all's
Well, I know
awake?
Mishka's in the tent.
Yeah. Who all is awake and present within the hut?
Well, Mishka's in the hut. He's not awake and present, but he's
Okay.
there.
Well, who is in the hut currently? I know it's Penelope, Johnny,
Mishka and Bjorn are
Mishka,
there.
Bjorn.
Is
Yeah.
Aiden?
Iden's. Yeah. He fell asleep in there.
So he did eventually go inside the hut.
Yeah. He just needed to commune and then like deal with stuff, and then he got in there.
Yeah, Freddie and Derek are keeping watch, and then Annis fell asleep on Derek, and Derek has not moved her.
So
You
Annis
have
is
not seen
outside the hut.
either of the servants. You presume they are in power saving mode.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, and Morgan.
Yeah, and Morgan.
Yeah,
Annis is
Morgan's.
outside the hut. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
speaking
but
of.
so I'm gonna rewind just a tiny bit. And on the way before she goes in the hut, she's gonna like tap Annis on the shoulder. I'll be like, "All right, wake up, sleepyhead."
Hmm. Well, nope.
Ugh. I assume Freddie and Derek are awake.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're both
Hold
on
on a minute.
look around time.
All right, yeah, she's gonna be like, "All right, just get Sleeping Beauty in here. We're scouting time is done. I need to share everything with you guys." She's gonna drag everybody in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Derek
Right.
will
Annis
gently wake up
begrudgingly
Annis.
wakes up.
Yeah.
Annis begrudgingly wakes up. Mishka begrudgingly wakes up.
Yeah, it's like if anybody doesn't wake up, like she's just gonna go in there and just be like, "All right, don't make me do this," and she's just gonna start like making. I would say she pulls out like pots and pans, but she doesn't have that. But she'll just go around and start making like clapping and making lots of noise until everybody's awake.
Let me hold on. And Annis just produces a pot and starts boiling water with produced flame. Makes some tea for herself. Anyone else want some tea?
Do you have coffee?
Well, I do, but I don't know how good it will turn out.
Oh,
I'll try. And she'll like try and make some coffee as well.
Really quickly, just because I know it's been a second and I want to catch this before we go any further. Does Belle still have damage on her?
I don't. I think she has one. She has taken one
Okay, 1
damage.
and 3.
1 damage.
Okay, yeah. Just because they can't regain it after a long rest, we have to use the hit dice. And I was gonna say if it was like before a rest, because we get like half of ours back, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
I was
get
like, if we
half of
just
your
wanted
hit dice
to,
back as a master. Yeah.
yeah. I was like, if you just wanted to spend 1, get that minimum, and then just heal her back fully, and then because we long rested, I just don't want us to forget that.
Yeah. Oh, and I don't have any damage. I'll spend.
Yeah, because like I said,
Okay.
this would have
You're
been
gonna
like
get it back,
like
so I'll just delete the damage. That's fine.
Okay. Cool. I'm also going to roll to get
the same for Enon.
the thing back for the staff. It's 1d6 plus 4 charges. So.
I was like, can I do the same for
5.
Enon?
Okay, good. That is all of the charges from the staff
Okay.
that I spent. Good. I don't think I wild shaped. I think I get back all my spell slots. Does Cersei? Oh, she only used 1 7th level, so I assume she gets that back.
Yes.
And the legendary resistance.
Like I don't think you've used it, but
No, I used a legendary resistance to keep concentration.
right. Then yeah, that comes back in a long rest.
Okay. And then Mishka gets his rages back.
Okay.
Okay.
And then can I do the same for Enon? Just like spend the 1 quote unquote. He's only got 3 damage on him.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh.
And then
So
I'll actually transfer over.
rewinding a tad bit, when Annis goes, "Oh, I do have coffee. I don't know how good it will taste." Mishka pipes up, "I have instant coffee. Very dark, very bitter. Will put hair on chest."
oh, I don't want that.
Well, offer still stands.
Bjorn will absolutely take a mug.
Help, lady, can I have some of that hot water? He pours the extremely dark roast coffee for himself and Bjorn. Anyone else want dark coffee? No takers. All right, more for Mishka. And I suppose I'll be over here with my light roast coffee. Here you go, Penelope.
Thank you.
Aiden has his hands out waiting as well.
Do you want coffee or tea?
He wants the coffee.
All right, here's some coffee.
Yes.
Makes tea for herself and Derek, and just holds a mug out to Freddie of coffee. She knows.
How do I transfer my dice over to Enon on here?
Like for refilling his dice.
Yeah, because I just need to give him 2.
When I hit the rest button, it'll refill for him.
Okay,
Like because you're
cool.
gonna
And then I
both
just get
be
rid of.
capped out, don't worry about it. We'll deal with the nuance of it
Okay.
when that's not going to be the case. But because
Okay.
you're going to have a full pool afterwards anyway, I'm just going to allow him to recover all of his.
Okay.
He gets back 14 out of his 29 wound.
Hell's yeah. Oh, he
You
didn't
can spend
long
as many hit dice as you want when you rest, right?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. Well, long rest, you'll just get your HP back anyways.
Oh. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, it's the servants that are like specifically they cannot
Yeah,
get
their
health
HP recovery is different.
from a long rest.
Also, they use hit dice to cast their
We should.
abilities, so keeping track of their hit dice is a little
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
That said,
Yeah.
Mishka has an ability
So
that
maybe
uses
we
his hit
should.
dice now, so you know,
Yep. Sure does.
Yeah.
a little more servanty.
So he should be back to full health after the rest too.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna just go ahead and push the rest button so that it can find any
Okay.
like leftovers and clean them out.
Cool.
Everybody gets a sleep.
I didn't. He's creeping. He's looking over at Diana since she's back in Buck.
Oh. Annis and Hemlock got a
Yeah,
EXP, but Mishka didn't. That's funny.
because he's not on the party sheet. We
No.
don't use the party
Hemlock
sheet, so it's why he's
all
not there.
EXP.
Yeah,
Oh, jeez.
we haven't used the party sheet in a
Okay,
long
I
time.
told my experience to Hemlock. It's fine.
I
Oh,
think you
jeez.
got XP
Girls
because
need
you
to come to
technically killed
comfort.
dinosaurs.
Tee.
But yeah, obviously you can ignore those.
Yeah.
All right, so everybody's there. Everybody's awake. Share what you're gonna share.
Yeah.
All right. So the scouting was productive.
Oh, that's good.
Um, so I got a general lay of the land, and she'll describe the town and draw the most bitchin' map anyone has ever seen in their entire lives of this little village of cats. Yeah, this, I don't know how accurate this truly is. But I think I did a fairly good job on it. So apparently, for at least from what I could tell, the harvesters haven't actually been there in a few days. Um, but counterpoint. So I, I'm sure you all smelled the fresh baked bread from like 500 miles away. Um, that um that was a very unique experience right there. It apparently it's like a little pocket dimension kind of situation that is not always there. It's only there sometimes. Um, I ran into a couple of familiar faces there as well. First was the Grand Wizard Marshal from Clock Tower, which
Oh.
was odd.
Selvreg?
Yup, the one and only.
The guy that gave you the homework?
Yeah. He's here.
Well, he's there. There's not necessarily here.
Well,
It's
yes.
weird. He's there. Um,
Oh, is this not the weird building I saw that was there but not there and
Yeah,
elemental?
yeah.
Ah,
yeah.
pocket dimension. Makes sense.
A lot, yeah.
You okay over there?
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so I had a little chat with him, and gosh, I'm probably going to be accused of burying the lead here, but I also ran into one Motley Apex.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Now, here's the funny thing, before any of you pepper me with questions, because I know that's going to happen. This place apparently has, I don't know if it's an enchantment or if it's just, I couldn't quite wrap my head around the concept completely, but it made sense while I was in there. But apparently it's a neutral ground, so you couldn't actually do any fighting or anything in there.
oh, well, you went with us on the boat or in the mansion, but we've been in a couple places like that where fighting was forbidden.
Yeah, and the people running the establishment, I assume they will either kick you out or destroy you. I'm not sure. I wasn't very clear. But I did end up having a I don't want to say civil conversation with him because he's a disgusting little snot and I don't like him. He also kept calling me a baby and I'm very much not a baby. Fucking rude. Let me pull up my notes. Actually went back and typed up or did a transcription of this whole thing.
So he was there in the bakery,
yes.
and you talked to him.
Yes.
Huh. We talked to him on the boat.
You know, good news. Grail Wars. I'm just joking. Grail War's not over. But he is supposedly wanting to carry out the contract, nullify it, and then just have everybody go their separate ways until, you know, closer to the end of the Grail War. He wants to come up with a quote-unquote civil solution where Anon faces off against the butcher's servant and they play patty cake or rock, paper, scissors or whatever. And then that would supposedly technically fulfill the conditions of the contract. But he's supposedly he's going to be stuck in that place until we either, you know, forcibly eject his ass from this Grail War or this contract is fulfilled. I'm not and alright, I'm doing this out of character because I'm trying to like parse it together in my head. I'm gonna reread. I'm reading over what he said just for a quick reminder, and just assume that Diana is summarizing this for you.
Yeah.
As you are no doubt aware, there are certain limitations on me right now that have forced my hand and pushed me to take more and more drastic circumstances trying to get out of them, and quite frankly, I think it would be in the best interest of your friends if we could come up with a civil solution wherein the servant of Iden, a healer of Eldath, were to play patty cake with the servant of the butcher so the conditions are met, and we could go our separate ways for a while. He could go back to dancing around and doing whatever silly horse shit he's gonna do, and I can go back to not having to worry about someone ambushing me when I can't defend myself. We can each take out a fair number of masters in this Grail War. We meet up at the end, and then we see what happens. The alternative is I stay holed up in here. My servant continues to do whatever it is they want to do, and he gets to sleep with the consequences. Just assume she has summarized that in the most wonderful way possible.
Got you.
And then he's also claiming to know that he knows who all of the other masters are.
Oh, I doubt that.
Right? And he said that if we are able to come up with this civil solution, that he would share what he knows with us. And I highly doubt he actually knows. He may know a couple of the ones that we don't know. But I highly doubt he knows the whole list.
It sounds like we've put him in a bad position, and he doesn't want to deal with the fact that he agreed to this.
Yeah, I called him a coward.
Good.
I agree.
Good to see that.
It felt really good. I'm not gonna lie.
Sounds like that he's just gonna stay in there like a little bitch and make us fight his servant.
The other thing is, like, as I was going around town, I went into a couple of the stores and just checked out. Basically, got a lay of the land from like the townsfolk's perspective. So he's apparently just been sending the harvesters to the stores for him to pick up whatever they need for. I assume it's whatever they need for the base, like, you know, your average like food, corn, wheat, meat, things like that. They've been buying potions, different like potions of water breathing, potions. I believe it is a potion of haste, a couple of different potions like that. But apparently, when he went into the potion place, he told his he told his little flunkies that they could not get healing potions. Said something along the lines of only cowards use healing potions or something like that. I don't remember fully off the top of my head what they said. But basically, one of his subordinates tried to sneak and buy one, and then he apparently lost his temper and told the guy that he never wants to see another healing potion again, supposedly. Which is interesting to me.
Very.
Yeah.
Also, there's a potion shop there. That's...
Oh, yeah, they're not going to be in business for a while, though. I cleaned them out.
Ah.
And I also have dibs on their next few orders for a while.
Well, if we survive this fight, I'm very interested to go and meet this cat person that's running the potion shop.
Yes, they're interesting. You may not want to tell them that you're also a potion seller, though. Seems the potion market around here is very competitive. He somehow drove the other one out of business.
Well, that's something to think about after we've kicked the butcher's ass.
Let's see. I also got a little more information on his servant. Not much more, honestly. A lot of them had the same things to say that we've all heard. You know, fire, hair, very loud, very fast. But what I did get was, and she just kind of like shows everybody the pictures on her phone. The cat people have done a lot of drawings of this servant. It's kind of weird how obsessed they are with her, but yeah, this is what I've got. I was able to get like a vague description of what she's wearing to try and get some kind of notion of like who she might be.
And literal fire hair.
Literal fire. Apparently, the potions guy would not let her in the shop anymore because it was hard for him to get the smell of smoke out of his store.
So, with this new information, can Annis, and more to the point, can Aiden and Inan and maybe Cersei roll something to see if we can glean any more information about the servant?
From her clothes, from like...
I mean, you can attempt to roll for history if you think they're a historical figure. You can roll for Arcana if you think they're a mythology figure.
But this isn't clairvoyance. This
No,
is either
clairvoyance
history
involves
or...
actually interacting with the person. Like you get a flash when you see the master of the serpent.
Maybe I'll roll a 20. Why not? Nope.
Choice. Is it history or...
Oh!
Oh!
20. We already know that she doesn't know the servant.
I need to ask a question really quick.
And before we started trying to figure things out, she would have also told them about the whole fact that like the butcher had a horn and blew the horn, and that's when she just took off and dropped whatever she was doing.
When the dragon flew over.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Okay.
That was several months ago.
Yeah.
Side question for clarification.
Question for who?
For
side chat.
Like,
oh. While side chat is happening, yeah, she's just gonna keep.
I just want to make sure, like, yeah, thank you.
All right, so, based on the history roll from Caster, she's going to say, the Grail has only given me information that it finds pertinent, but based on what limited understanding I have of history, there was not a historical figure known for lighting their hair on fire and screaming and running around to attack things. In fact, the only historical figure I can immediately think of who lit their hair on fire was Blackbeard, and I don't think this is him. So I think this is firmly in the realm of legend and mythology.
Can Penelope make a roll to see if anything is clicking for her?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what would she roll for checking from more of the it's Arcana for
Arcana for
Arcana
Lord
is where
yeah,
El-Melloi.
mythology lives, yeah. Technically Arcana
Okay.
or religion, depending on where you're looking. Like if you think this is someone
Oh,
who would fall under um, the purview of, religions versus someone who falls under like legends, then you could roll either and see what pops out. But
well, shit! I'll have Iden roll for. Sorry, only know water lady.
no, that's fair.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah,
17 for Arcana for Penelope.
yeah. Yanon got 25.
Yeah. So,
Just for shits and giggles? Yeah, I didn't think so.
right.
Oh no, he's got the curse.
Yeah. So, in terms of mythology, fire is a very common visual element across many mythologies. Whether it's literal or not is kind of moot because servants are often summoned
Mm.
in a way that matches their story, even if it's not literally what they looked like or how they did. You have enough understanding from El-Melloi's speaking about this stuff and to a lesser extent just general interaction with like your own servants that everyone isn't necessarily 100% the way they appear when they're drawn on Greek urns or hieroglyphics or what have you.
That's
Um,
fair.
so in terms of like trying to think back to like the world of people wearing or like people with like flaming hair and going quickly, um, it's hard. I mean, you kind of have to discount the fire hair part because, again, that may or may not be a thing. But in terms of people that are fast and angry, like there's a few different mythology sets where that could come from. There's no shortage of angry people in Greek mythology, Norse mythology, Celtic mythology, like the various mythologies of Asia. Like anger is a very popular thing to pull from, but when you start putting some of these pieces together, um, you like Anon thinks this is not an Asian servant. Enough of the description of the clothing, enough of the behavior, like it doesn't seem to match anyone that he can immediately guess. Like obviously without seeing them, he couldn't solidify that. Um, Penelope, when it comes to people that are fast and angry, and the description of like pointy thing and knife, um,
Mm-hmm.
Penelope and Anon seem to both be on the same page that this is probably someone who comes from like the Mediterranean region or maybe like outside chance the British Isles because that's kind of where a lot of the like spears are a common weapon, but that's kind of where you're narrowing it down to. Obviously, this could be a completely obscure saint or someone that none of you know, but like realistically, for someone to be as powerful as this person probably is, they've got to have some degree of fame to them. Um, like Anon seems to be mulling over some things not adding up, and like if asked, he's like, I think I would have to see this servant, unfortunately, because I can think of several people that make part of this description, but none of them that match all of it. And I'm worried that if we make the wrong assumptions, we'll put ourselves in a bad place. But I feel like if I can see them, I can fill in the gaps and we can perhaps get an answer relatively quickly. It's just a question, of course, in your contract whether me seeing them counts as fulfilling the condition.
Yeah. Yeah, trust me, I've been questioning with the loopholing he's pulled if I try the same, whether or not, first of all, or it's
Now,
just we
there's a different question of if the plan is to kill him, then how much does the contract matter? Because being honest about this, I'm not super enthusiastic about the idea of killing someone who can't defend themselves, even if they're a monster.
But consider how many people he's done that to.
Oh, I'm not saying he
He
doesn't
doesn't
deserve it.
deserve.
I'm talking about how I feel about it.
He doesn't deserve. He doesn't deserve mercy. But he sounds like he's going to hold himself up in that bakery until he gets his powers back.
Well, that would be to his
So
detriment then, because that would be leaving his servant
wide open.
unsupported.
Absolutely. And if
it would. She's very powerful, though. That's my one concern. We were told how powerful she is. We were told that she could easily do enough damage with one strike to outright kill someone dead, beyond recovery, beyond helping with healing spells or potions. Just in one strike.
Although I do have to wonder, like, because it sounds like she was, like she's capable of not just seeing people and immediately killing them on sight. And it sounds like she just really doesn't like being told what to do.
Hmm.
And
you
so if
think we
nobody's
can talk
giving
to
her an
her,
order and nobody is, like, if no one has ordered her to kill us specifically, I mean, she might do something just because she can, but, like, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that train of thought, but, like,
We do have to, in order to win this Grail War and get the wish, 6 out of the 7 servants do have to die, so we do have to take her out at some point.
yeah.
I just thought it would be easier to, gang up on good old Motley Apex and remove his command seals, and then therefore remove her, but it might be easier to do it the other way. Take her out first, and then pull him out of that pocket dimension and jump his ass.
I mean, we could remove his command seals. If I could do it in that pocket dimension, but there's a way to do it.
yeah, take his hand.
Right.
Not necessarily.
Let's say it's a neutral territory, so let's. Is this Diana or Penelope talking?
That was
That was Diana.
Okay, because like he's looking at her like as far as I know, he just points over to Penelope like she's someone that's pretty good at like charming people. And that might even be a gray area under the neutral territory. She got away with it on the boat, but do you know how to charm?
I don't understand what you're asking me right now.
Like are you gonna say like give me your command seals? Let's
Oh
see if
God,
it
no.
works and oh okay.
That's not how. That's no, 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 no. I have my ways. It's just it doesn't involve charming anyone. Trust me.
You think it'll work? I mean, he's ranked number 10 in the Dead Apostle.
If I can get close enough, yeah.
And it's like a guaranteed, not like a chance.
As far as I'm aware.
Well, we don't know what she'll do if he loses his
Yeah.
command seals. If he
That's
uses all 3 of them, she becomes a free agent and can do whatever she wants until she runs out of mana. Same thing would happen if we just kill him.
yeah. My thing is, if he stays holed up in there, like you said, we can just find her and deal with it as well.
It's not going to be an easy fight, but
But if he's not there to see her in danger, or, use his command seals to take her out, I mean, he has to be aware of what's going on. And maybe she'll yell out for him, but at that point, dogpiling, we
I
might be able to
mean,
take care of the situation.
we need a way to keep her on the ground, keep her from running around, and then keep her from killing us.
Yeah,
um,
I'm
Mm,
also,
we've
he's
got
just kind of staring over at Diana with, what she's mentioned, and, like, I'm concerned if it doesn't work, will you be okay? Because then at that point, he might target.
I I just have it on very good. I have a very good source that it would work.
Nimue?
I have it on a very good source that it would work.
I'm just looking over to Annis.
Ennis is shrugging. She has no idea.
Yeah, it's like,
Well, okay, what if we. I hate to say it. What if we take a two-pronged approach? Some people go talk to the butcher, at the very least, keep him from leaving the bakery, while the rest of us try and deal with the servant and not die.
I mean, that is something that could potentially work.
I know you can use these, she gestures to her command seals. The master can use these to order their servant to kill themselves. So if someone else gets his command seals, they can order her to take her out.
Yeah,
oh.
Rude.
Yeah, he just looks at Diana and he's like, oh.
it's a concept.
Oh. I just worry. Okay. Yeah, and if there's people with you, you at least have backup.
Like Caster at this point chimes in. You can't actually make someone use command seals.
Mm.
Not
Yeah,
that I've
otherwise.
thought about it.
No, but if Diana's implying she can take them and then Diana use it to do it, like,
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would be
We
something
wouldn't be able
different.
to mind control him to do it, but if his command seals get taken and then used, that's certainly a way to do it.
yeah, I think his biggest worry is like if Diana were to walk in there with backup, like,
Mm-hmm.
because he doesn't know if this would break neutrality in any way, shape, or form. Because yeah, so he's just like, mm. So I think that's his biggest concern.
Well, on the boat, it was if you start a fight, then everyone can then attack you, and you won't be helped. Um.
But he's bound still as long as we don't make
Mhm.
contact, so he can't fight back at least. But you did bring up if the cats would jump you. Guys, you can't say that and not expect me to be concerned.
I mean, and I don't know. That's the thing.
Yeah. Are you willing to take that kind of risk?
From what I understand,
Mm-hmm.
it's supposed to be a place to kind of rest.
Uh-huh.
That is the extent of what I know about as far as the neutral ground status goes.
Okay.
Um, I can say that the thing I would be doing wouldn't I don't think it would technically be an attack against him. It would be difficult to construe it as an attack.
I'm gonna give me okay, hold on a second. From what I remember of the whole process of just getting the command seals and watching him get the command seals, it is not a pretty picture. Like it actually hurts, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
It does do
Yeah.
damage. He's gonna full stop and be like, if you were to rip those command seals out or they transfer, it will cause damage.
It does hurt. It's not, extremely painful, but it's things going into your hand.
That might be enough to trigger that. It's like I wanna, and at the same time, I'm like, I'm so anxious that that's gonna flip it.
Well, I just wanted to lay on the table.
And if you failed, then we'd be potentially fighting him and his servant.
I'm open to other solutions.
And aren't you fighting him and his servant anyway?
Yeah.
Well, if we fought them separately, it would be much easier. If they're together, we are cooked, I think. He's nigh immortal. There is a way to kill him, I'm sure there is, and I'm sure we'll find it. But we can't,
But Diana
unless we
brought up
split up and fought them both at the same time in two different
as
groups. I'm just so worried about the amount of damage she can do.
Diana brought up that, with him, from what we know, not only radiant damage, but something about healing that he is scared of, that he can't even have it around him. So, like you said, I think healing might hurt him. But like just splitting up the party with how hard both of them hit, if I can't be in range of any of you and anything happens, I cannot live with that.
And we know if he gets his powers back, he's capable of a lot of really terrible things.
It's just the biggest problem is he's just sitting in there. As if if we could just kill him first. No offense, Anon. He's hurt.
I mean, I understand the strategic advantage of attacking your opponent when they're weak and vulnerable. Like, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying it's
Yeah,
distasteful.
it is distasteful, but as pointed out, he has gone far beyond that.
You didn't see any of the other harvesters around, the lieutenants, the foot soldiers, nobody?
No.
Interesting.
I felt kind of bad because there was a little inn run by one of the cat people. Apparently, it's been kind of quiet for a long time,
Hmm.
so they haven't really had anyone staying.
Hmm. Well, I imagine the Grail War starting probably is making a lot of people nervous to travel.
Possibly.
All right, so we really, we really need to either hope that your thing works and that you can get the command seals and just get her to take herself out, or we need to fight her and kill her without any of us dying.
I do think that. I mean, if words are hard. If we're able to take her out and then take him out, that might work out better. It's this thing that I know how to do. If I do it, I can only do it the one time, and that is it.
like forever or like
That
in
is
like the
it.
rest. Oh,
That is it.
oh,
Final finito.
oh. Maybe Diana, if that is something you hold dear to you, I would not ask you to do that for this.
It's
You
not
might
necessarily
need
something
that.
that I hold dear as much as it's something that is if we're in deep shit, I have that available to use.
I
Okay.
think if he's actually serious about staying holed up in there and just letting his servant do whatever, then we might be able to take her out. But we have to be very careful.
We have to be together and strategic.
Speaking of strategy, so now that we have all this information, I could always reach back out to Lore,
Hmm.
because I haven't done that yet, and I like they were gonna share whatever intel they had about him with me.
That's
And they did also offer Jonas up as for strategy.
that
They
would be
didn't want to
great.
they didn't want to offer themselves up or like
Mm.
their servant up because they were like, if you don't have a plan that justifies us being there, then you know we're gonna stay out of it until the thing with Einosh. But
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, that's fair. Just
Maybe
offering up.
Jonas could be helpful, but also he could be a hindrance because we might have to protect him, and also
he's a mage.
yeah, but also
He can protect himself. He charmed cans of soup to attack people.
Yes, he did.
that okay. Well, he could also. I'm sure at the very least, Belle will be using some things that might give away her identity. And that might make it sway back to law.
Well, then, if we're not going to use their help, then why did I go and why?
Einosh.
We asked for the butcher.
It's
That letter you sent out was about the butcher.
yeah,
Yeah.
and that's what they offered me to help with the butchers. They offered Janice and they offered whatever intel they have. They wouldn't send him if they didn't think he could defend himself, or if he weren't okay with the knowledge that he might go into this and may not come back.
Annis, do you
I think
think
you're getting too caught up on trying to protect everyone that might possibly help us. Or, I could just I don't know. I mean, if I don't know. Like, yes, like your servant may use something that might give her away. Aiden's servant might use something that gives him away. The butcher servant may use something that gives her away.
God, I hope so.
Like I said, I can reach back out and they can offer up the help they've given or offered to us, or I can tell them no thanks, we'll deal with it when we get to Einosh.
Well, whatever you feel is best.
I
Aiden kind of looks over to Annis and is like, I think if you're worried about that, we can handle this without coming to that. Let's just hit hard, hit fast, get as much intel as we can, and if we have extra firepower, then that's just as beneficial. If Jonas stays, because who's to say he doesn't just give intel and bounce back out again?
That's a good point. And he may know something else about the servant that we might be a clue as to who she is.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm worried, but I'm going to be worried. So
You've been
fuck
very
me, I
worried.
guess.
Well, no, it's not. I'm not trying to.
It's all right. I'm dealing with it. Continue planning.
I
We need some way of keeping her on the ground and still long enough for us to incapacitate her or just outright murder her. We have ways of damaging her, I think. Yeah, this sword I have now, it hurt her, gesturing over to Belle. Hurt her pretty bad actually, so I think it might hurt this fire lady. I'm good at hitting hard and fast. And I take damage too.
yeah, you're a good. I don't want to say it this way because it sounds mean, but you're a good shield.
I am good meat shield.
I
I
just like,
stand
yeah.
in way.
You're a strong bear.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
And I mean, we do have two servants against her, and they can
Mhm.
also damage her.
I still think that we can at least buy at least some time if Enon is able to hop around for a bit. And then, if she stops running after him and she comes back, then he can bounce back with
Well,
the.
I don't want to speak for you, Belle, but I know you can make yourself look like Inan, and based on what we were told in those future things when we went to go wake up Morgan, her number one priority is going after Inan. So might be able to use you as bait. I hate to say it.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, based on what you said, it sounds like this crazy fire lady punched a hole in him or something, and not really my favorite way to be.
So, I mean, we have ways of preventing her from punching a hole through you. At least I hope so.
You still got that potion,
Could
right?
right, the potion of foresight. We can do that. And your one of your noble phantasms might, if we can trick her into that pond that we saw, maybe we could just trap her there. I don't think it would work on. I don't think any other servant could get it to work, but you might be able to.
It's a possibility. You would have to get her in the water and not be in there with her.
I think I have a way of doing that. Or plan B, one of the two of you can do the water thing on that pond and send her to fucking Timbuktu or whatever. Get her out of here, buy us more time.
What do we do on the other side of the water?
Well, that's if we need to get her away. It's an idea. I think we can trick her into the water. I have a way of making it look like that pond is just a field.
I mean, and I've got things I can do to help, like, make it sound like Anon is over there too.
Yeah.
We've got options.
We definitely do.
So if Inan looked at her through a mirror, I wonder if
I'm
that
already. That's where the legalese comes in, and I don't want. No.
not
I wish.
facing, just there's a mirror there, or
I
a
know.
phone.
I wanted it so bad.
One of those cameras that you
I
can
fucking have a mirror. It's my mirror for scrying, and I can't even. I want to cry.
And I'm like I said, I'm worried about her just outright killing one of us, but
Item just. Yeah. He looks over
the
to
other way
Annis.
is trying to charm the butcher into giving up his command seals, or into using one to make her kill herself, and I don't see that happening.
Look, Annis, I promise I'll have everyone that needs to be warded. I can heal. I'll keep on top of that.
Okay, so we're all decided. We're gonna go after the servant.
Yeah.
So, here's the question. Where is she now?
That brings up what I wanted to say next. I'm gonna commune and find an approximate location of her. And
As
come
you're
back
starting
with
to
more
do that,
information.
you do get a comment from the peanut gallery of Morgan, who's just sort of sitting over in the corner. Well, you know where the servant's supposed to show up.
In the town.
That's true.
In a few hours.
Yeah, so she'll be there.
So, what we might need in that case, because the butcher said he would show up, we might need someone to go into that bakery and keep him distracted. Someone that's good at talking. Just looks over at Penelope.
Oh, I'm very distracting.
I know. We might need someone to keep him occupied while we jump his seventh.
I
What
mean,
if? What if you present like a new bargain that like he wants,
um,
and just make it ridiculous, and do the whole I need to write it down legalese stuff just to waste his time.
I can certainly try.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what other ideas. I mean,
This isn't
that's a definitely you department. It's just like,
this isn't
yeah,
going to be this can't be a prolonged fight. It's going to happen very quickly, whether she slaughters all of us or we get her. It's not going to it's going to be the length of a conversation, I would assume.
Yeah, I'll do what I can to keep him distracted if he's still in there, and
I think that might be the best course of action. Because if he's outside and we do a bunch of damage to a 7, he can just use a command seal to undo all the damage. Or if we try and turn her into a bunny or trick her into the pond, he can just go, no, actually, you're not doing that, and use a fucking command seal.
yeah,
So,
yeah,
sorry, you go first.
so if I do go in there and I, try and propose something completely different, like, I think the only thing I'm worried about is accidentally talking myself into something else.
Mm, that's fair.
With you to
Yeah, I'm not
keep
going
that.
by myself.
No.
Not
No,
crazy.
not.
Probably.
I mean, we're all sitting around talking about fighting a Berserker 7. I think we're all a little crazy.
Mm-mm.
Yes, but we good crazy, right? And he bad crazy, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Double checking. Diana did mention like the potions that like they no health potions, but brought up like the hunger.
yes,
Like
she
okay.
mentioned all that. Yes.
Uh concern that Aiden brings up about the speed potion
Mm-hmm.
is he's like, you think that's a potion of haste?
It certainly is a potion of haste, but it will
Okay.
have the drawback when it wears off. Or at
When it
least it
wears
should.
off.
Well, mine don't, but I'm really good at making potions. So it's really how good this cat man is at making potions.
Supposedly he's really good.
Wait, point
I
of
mean, suppose when we got
clarification,
to.
you still have the drawback at the end of a haste
Okay.
potion.
Oh, I'm thinking of the boots of haste.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Never mind. Rewind that. Yeah,
I
no,
don't
it'll
want
have
you to get
the,
yourself killed later off a potion, so that's why I'm saying it.
it'll still have the drawback haste does of once it wears off, you're sluggish and you just want to sleep for about 5 years and exhausted. So
Just yeah, keep that in mind. Probably not what, she's drinking because she's already fast.
right.
But
Or maybe
for
she just
him, maybe she's just constant chugging them.
she's just like
She's got the
permanently
little
got
hat
this
with
like
the
IV of
straw.
Red
Consulting the side effect
Oh,
list of too many potions. Does it cause your
Oh
head
my
to be
god.
on fire?
Absolutely.
I mean, we don't know what happens when you take 2 potions. I've just always been cautioned against it
Yeah.
oh,
by
Mhm.
Alder. Alder was probably taking 2 potions at once back in the day just to see what happened.
All
Alder was
kinds of stuff can
fucking
happen. It's fine.
all in it.
Don't let
Oh
me stop you.
Oh dear.
god.
um,
Hmm.
okay, so if I am gonna be this distraction, I do want to see if I can get in contact with Jonas first, or at least with
Okay.
Lore, so I can get whatever
Yeah.
extra information they have.
Yeah, intel for sure
Um,
first.
Yes, yes, for sure. All right, yeah.
um,
I mean, if Jonas dies, that's on him.
Oh god. I guess I'll get with team throwdown with the emboldening bond, and he just kind of looks over at Mishka and Freddie and Derek. Misha, Freddie, Derek. He has
And
4 people.
I do want to talk to you as well, Aiden.
Oh, okay. Do you want to join the prepare for hand throwdowns as I give the seminar on throwing down?
Sure.
Sure.
Sure. So do we
Sure.
want to have this conversation in here or go back outside?
I mean, whatever, because if the Penelope needs to be able to like talk in peace, right? He
Oh,
kind of
I
looks
don't
over.
know.
Yeah, I was like, she might
I
want
have
some.
no
She
idea.
needs some quiet. Like, she's like,
I don't know.
oh, okay.
Okay. Do we want to do the thing from last week where we roll to see who get conversations in what order so that we're not.
I mean, I literally have no idea what I'm doing yet.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So you guys go ahead and do your thing
Cool.
while I figure
Okay.
out my thing.
Yeah, we got
I
you.
don't know.
Okay, so yeah, he'll pull team hand throwdown to the side for a powwow. Okay. So that's Freddie, Derek, Mishka, himself, and then Annis is gonna roll up and join in on the powwow.
Yeah.
Um, Buck, because I don't know where Buck's gonna be. Throw Buck in the powwow. I just can't have him in the bond, but I'm sure he's gonna throw hands. He's extra like that.
All right. Yeah. So explain how your bond works.
Okay, so as some of you have been connected before, I set a bond for all of you, or most of you, and as long as you're within 30 feet of one another, you will get the benefits of being able to have strengthened hits. You'll be able to feel empowered when it comes to things that try to change or shape like your mind, your body. Like it will keep you safe. Um, it also means if, say, someone were to get targeted that can't take a hit, if you align yourselves within 30 feet of either person, or we're just all on top of this person, just throwing hands, and he looks over to Mishka, you can take the hit, and that'll keep the other person safe. I know myself, I'll be focusing on healing to keep all of you up, and I will have a way to make sure that you get the maximum amount out of that. I know, and he looks over to Freddy, you're able to lay hands, whether on yourself in the moment or on others if you're nearby each other, and you're able to do that. Derek, from what I understand, you can actually throw damage against a servant and hurt them. And Mishka, you're sturdy and you throw down hard. And he looks over to Freddy, and I know you throw down hard. I definitely got to keep that bond on you because I have seen you go down one too many times for just by the healing. I'm gonna have to focus on that to keep y'all up. So the goal is to prevent her from hurting those that get hurt.
You're
And
breaking up a little.
oh shit. Okay, 1 second. 1 second.
Discord.
Yeah, the goal is to make
That's better.
sure that anyone that gets hit that cannot withstand it, if you can step in, Mishka, and I can keep you going, that is the goal. And
Oh,
if Freddy,
yeah.
you can help with that.
I take many hits.
It's like we want to focus as much firepower as we can, and if we can keep her away from our ranger, like our ranged fighters, she's stuck with us, and they can keep hitting from afar.
I know I'm normally a ranged fighter, but I don't know how. My problem is a lot of the things that I can do are going to spill over to anyone that's up close. If I use the lightning, it'll zap everyone else that's around her too. If I use a fire spell, it bleeds over. So I think I need to be up close and personal with her too.
I've only got the ability to bond 4 people together. What?
But
All right.
well,
Give me a
don't
second.
don't worry about bonding me. I can, if nothing else, I can wild shape and take some hits.
Well, that's if she targets you. The bond allows us to make quick reactions to that, but that is a good idea. If you wild shape and you just tank it, you're still fine afterwards as long as it doesn't go too far into your
I can
own
only
health.
I can only do it twice, but if I'm in the way, I'm in the
Mm,
way.
okay.
And I can try and hit her with my sword at least.
He looks to Derek and Freddy. Between the two of you, how confident do you feel about holding your own without the bond?
So first from Derek, um, his response is going to be, I mean, I'm confident that it is hard to hit me. I'm not confident in how well I would handle being hit. But from the story that I heard, it sounded like I at least managed to keep going for a little while before things went south.
Okay.
And when it comes to Freddy, he's like, I'm more concerned about what happens to people being very close to me while I'm fighting. A lot of your
Okay.
stuff might not work.
That's only if you're not in control, right?
Well, I can be all out fighting, or I can be holding back so that it's not affecting you.
Mm, okay. Can you get some distance with those keys then?
I can stand back and throw, yeah. Like that's I can stand back and throw. Like I have no desire to be up close to any of this.
Okay, so then I can. Okay, take the ward off of you. Annis, you can get the ward.
If you're sure.
Yeah. Now, how full out can you go if you're backed up? Like, what are we talking here?
Who are you talking to?
Freddy.
Hmm.
Oh,
How
I
far away can you get? Yeah.
I mean, like if I'm focusing on throwing keys, I've got a pretty decent range. They're big and clunky looking, but in practice, you can actually get some good distance
Well,
with them.
the
Like,
question is, if you're not concerned about being in our range, how amped up do you think you can get?
I mean, I'm disruptive of mana when I'm all out. Like, I don't know
Okay,
what
so
that
it's
would even
just
do to a servant, but I know that if they're trying to do anything that involves mana, I'm probably gonna at least throw a dent in it.
well, they're made of pure mana, so that actually might do more.
I think if we were facing any other servant, that would
It'd
be
be
helpful,
great.
but this one is just
Yeah.
rage and punching and
Oh yeah.
destroying people. I don't think that she's using. I don't know what her noble phantasm would even be, but I can't imagine it's going to be anything magic-y. But we don't know. We don't know anything about this servant, apparently.
If I can just get close to her before we start throwing down, like enough to see her,
Hmm.
that's the biggest thing. Yeah, this sounds like a game plan. Uh, all right. That
Well,
means
okay. If that if if that's what we're doing, I I can turn people into a T-Rex if if they're in really dire straits, and that will give them a lot of health, enough to withstand some hits. So that's something I can do, but I can only use one staff at a time. So, and she just takes the healing staff off her back and just holds it out, diet, and like, don't overuse it,
okay.
and give it back to me after the fight. But here you go, big guy.
Yeah, I got you. I'll keep you safe with it. So that is
Do I put that in the party sheet,
You can
or
put it in the
how do
party
I?
sheet to hand it off, yeah.
pretty sheet.
All right,
When
I'm in the process of doing it. It's not there yet.
does that require attunement?
It might.
I think it
Okay, I've got
does.
one slot, so that's okay. It just means I have to spend an hour attuning to it.
You'll have time for that.
Okay, cool.
Like, I think everything that uses charges requires attunement, so people don't just like hand them
Yeah.
off.
That that's fair.
It's gonna take me a while to find it because my inventory is huge.
You carry a lot.
I do.
I feel that with all my heart.
Okay, well those are all potions, so that's not gonna. Oh, here it is. Staff of healing.
Okay, yeah, I've got 2 of these.
Yeah, it takes attunement.
That's combat tracker. I don't need that. Party sheet. Okay, it is no
So do
longer
I
in my
just like
inventory. It is now in the party sheet.
Do I just drag it over, or what do
Yeah,
I?
You should be
drag
able
it
to,
into your inventory.
yeah, drag it to your inventory, and then once it's in your inventory, you can check the attunement box and equip it if you want to.
Okay.
And I need to find the other staff.
All right. There's 3 of
Into
3.
that. That's Cersei's staff. What's that even labeled? Oh.
It's right near the end.
Yeah. There it is. Oh, well. I have
Okay.
it
Cool.
carried. I have it equipped. I can't attune to it.
It's because I need to identify it.
Okay.
Or it is, I don't know, I'll fix it. Yeah,
Yeah.
you should be able to. I don't know why you can't. But
Okay.
it's
Well,
there.
it's equipped.
It works.
It's equipped and I can use it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And by taking this staff, you are promising that you are going to come away from this fight alive and do everything you can to make sure all of us also stay alive.
He just, yeah, he smiles. He's just like, I got you.
I know.
I'm gonna
I
keep you
know.
up. Glad we had this powwow. And he just kind of looks at the guys, and he looks to Annis and Mishka. Just big old thumbs up to him, like, I believe
Thumbs up
you.
in return.
Yeah. Mishka is like the backbone of this fucking plan. I gotta keep this man going. Um,
I will hit
yeah.
hard and I will hit fast. And I will use shiny new sword to do it.
Does Shiny New Sword have any drawbacks of using it?
I will not tell you.
I feel like you should, seeing as I'm gonna be like keeping you alive. Drawbacks are bad.
Drawbacks come during fight. Drawbacks will come after fight. Not
Okay.
will not kill me.
Okay. Okay. Good to know. I'll prepare the aftercare. But yeah, he definitely is like, thank you to Annis, and we'll kind of keep that staff close and make sure that it is used wisely.
Yep. It's got 10 charges. The mass cure wounds is 5 of them.
Yeah, I just read that. I was like, let me look at this real quick.
Luckily, I did get all the charges back when I rolled
Okay.
earlier. But yeah, if you spend all 10, there's a chance it'll just poof.
I don't like that.
After a long rest, you get a d6 plus something back. I think plus 4.
Okay. Yeah,
It
D6 plus
refills
4.
pretty
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
but yeah, if you run to 0, there's a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Even as it says on a 1, even then I would not risk it. Absolutely the fuck
Mm-hmm.
not. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So yeah,
I
his goal
do.
right now is to
I do have my own ways of healing, but obviously not as potent as yours. So.
Oh, I will say actually yes. When we go into this fight, I need all of you to stand as close as possible to me. Well, I want everyone. I'm going to tell everyone to stand as close as possible to me. I'm going to give everyone a beacon, and after that, I'll be able to hold that concentration for about a minute. So during that minute, any sort of healing, whether from me, whether from Annis with spells or your potions, and he looks to like Mishka, who's got like the stock hoard,
Mm-hmm.
all of that is going to just hit you at full capacity. So if you need to, use them.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Excellent. Perfect. Oh, and if things start looking rough, we'll plan accordingly in the moment. But I believe in the team. And then, yeah, so if Belle has that potion, I've got 2 of Eldas. I will slide one of the potions since Freddy isn't going to be in the bond. I'll give him one of Eldas protection things because it's a +2 to his AC. How do I just drag that to the party?
He doesn't have
Yeah.
your inventory. So
Okay,
Since he's
well
an
then,
NPC, he's not going to put it in his inventory.
okay, yeah, just let it be known that he's passing a potion of Eldath protection.
Yeah, Ennis is going to put the potion of foresight in the party sheet for Cersei, specifically.
okay,
Woo.
she can actually have equipment, so you can just give it to her.
Oh, that's a good point. I can just do that.
Okay, so yeah, Aiden's gonna go do his commune to get a triangulated location. And then if y'all want to do more talks while I send these questions real quick. Yeah.
Cool. That was my one big one. I can talk to the boys, but I don't want to hog all the screen time. So
I have to do ascending.
okay.
That's it.
So you're doing ascending.
Although, unless actually,
Fish is communing. That was a sentence.
okay. In theory, I will be doing ascending. I'm going to ask about something first, and then if that is a no-go, then I will do ascending. But I assume Annis is peeled off from the Team Punch shit group.
I don't know. Is that what you're? So are you approaching?
I'm trying to fill the dead air.
Yeah, sure.
Um,
Like she wants to talk to the boys, but she can do that later.
yeah, Penelope is gonna like wave at her and walk up.
Oh, yeah, she'll go up to Penelope.
Be like, hey, you doing okay?
Well, I don't want anyone to have a hole punched through the chest and, you know,
Yeah.
die, like beyond recovery, and that's a very real possibility, but, I mean, we don't really have any other options here.
Yeah,
I don't want to be responsible for anyone getting killed on my behalf or as an innocent bystander. But I know everyone here is here because they want to be.
We're all here because we either want to help you or we want to help Biden. Or we're crazy. Looks at Diana.
Oh, you just want to
Diana just like, hey.
take out the butcher, make sure that the person that wins this war isn't a lunatic going to wish for something terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're all here because we care about what happens at the end of this.
We've certainly set ourselves up to have the hopefully hardest fight first. Oh boy.
I don't want to say who knows, maybe it's the easiest, because that doesn't inspire much confidence, but like, I feel like it's one of those things where we sorry, I just look at the cat.
Man, comfort me.
He just like stretched out in a very weird way.
Comfort me, little
man.
man.
I think. Did you guys come up with a pretty solid plan?
We're going to hit her hard and fast, and those that can take hits are going to get in the way so that she can't just punch people in half. That's the plan anyway. And plan B is T-Rexes.
Ah. So who all is going?
Well, I obviously me, Mishka, and the boys. So far.
And that's it?
That's team get up close and personal and hit her hard. Anyway, I'm sure there are people that can hit her from a long range. Problem is, anything I do that's long range also would affect anyone that's right up on her fighting her. So I'm just gonna get in close and piss her off so she hits me instead of anyone else.
What Bjorn?
Well, we haven't really talked to him. Don't really know what his deal is.
I don't know, but
Kongshu.
He also appears to still be asleep.
Kongshu.
good for him, but I mean, I know he's good at distance things. I don't quite understand what it is either, but
So far, we've planned the short range stuff.
and I feel like I guess I am gonna be back on
Diplomacy.
Distraction.
Johnny will be with you too.
Yeah. She just like pauses and looks over at Morgan. I don't even know if she can go in the neutral space.
Oh, that
Um,
does remind me of something I needed to ask.
and then I don't even know what Buck and Diana are doing. I almost combined their name in a squishy ship name, and that's just scary and terrifying.
I don't like that.
I don't either.
Whatever Buck does, I just hope he stays very far away from that lady, because she will punch him in half. He's kind of frail like that. He wouldn't like me saying that. At all.
He's a piece of paper.
Maybe not that frail.
Hey, Mishka, is he a piece of paper?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just agree with me.
Okay, boss baby. The
Boss. Oh.
Boss bear. Boss bear. Sorry, I was looking a little man. Boss bear says he is paper, so he is paper, I guess.
Yeah. I'm going to disregard the fact that you said boss baby.
No,
that's your one slip up.
I did not say anything. I don't know what you mean.
That's your one
duck. No.
Aiden has asked his questions. I had to type them out so I could actually like figure out the right words.
Yeah,
for
are you
it
doing it the
here
same
or
way
there.
as before with just like nodding or shaking
Yeah,
head of the duck? Okay.
Yeah. So I can ask them out loud if they want to hear them too. I needed to be able to figure out the words. But I'll finish with fucking boss baby.
I looked at him and baby boy popped into my head.
You said boss baby.
I did say boss baby. I'm sorry about that.
He's like,
The
all right,
movie stars Penelope.
I will go to prison for my crimes after Grail War.
You're on thin ice, Mishka.
I know, I am
Bjorn
sorry.
wakes up. He's like, "Oh, you're going to jail already."
Many crime. Terrible.
Can you clarify for me what you're trying to discern from the second question?
So like I would feel like he'd make like quadrants, and he's just kind of like he's trying to rule out cardinal directions on top of like the distance. So if it's not yes to either of those directions, then it's okay, it's these other two directions.
Right, but like so I just want to clarify for you, like in terms of like the map, you are currently located like southwest of the town because you decided to go the slightly longer way around rather than the most immediate
Yeah,
way. So
so
I
with
want to make
his
sure that
map,
you have a frame of reference when you're asking that question of where you're pointing at.
it's in a frame of reference to where we are located.
Yes.
Yeah, so like he's got the map, he's put the quadrants, and like you know clearly he puts his finger down where we are, and he's like, okay, like in which direction from us, and he's able to do two, and if it's not the two, then it'd be like the other two. I fucking I smooched that duck. You're the greatest. Love ya, Elda. He's just like more prayers for her.
Your
That
religion's
takes him 10
weird.
minutes. He's all in. He's a simp. He's a simp for Eldath.
Oh no.
Oh yes. Look, you thought Diana was the only one? I'm just kidding. He
Look,
doesn't
no,
want to get
that's
with
a
her.
different cut. No, nope, not the same.
He's not like that. He's not like that, I swear. Yeah, 10 minutes will pass by and he'll like wander back with his rubber ducky like in his hands and so yeah, I can tell us that she is within 12 kilometers of us. She is either in the north or east of us, and she's absolutely incorporeal right now. So we won't be able to visibly see her.
So we will have to bait her out.
Is he saying this to the group or just to Team
Yes,
Assumption Half?
to the whole group. Like he walked back to y'all because the group kind of departed for him to go do this.
Gotcha.
I mean,
Bjorn is
something
awake,
that
by the way. He's rolling
kind of
out.
sucks is that, like, again, we know where she's gonna show up. It's just also in the middle of
Yeah.
a town of innocent cat people.
And the goal is I would like to try and catch her before that.
So we will
Bjorn,
have to bait her out.
yeah. Bjorn says, "I want to be on whatever team." Say, I want to be on whatever team is throwing hands. That is where I want to go.
See, I knew he'd be on Team Throwing Hands.
I mean, at this
Menace.
point, you might as well just find who's not fighting.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, some people can do long range stuff.
Right, but like you've identified who's close, and it's fair to assume that everyone that you didn't identify as close probably shouldn't be close. So, like, that does kind of narrow that down. I think the real question is if you're sending a group of people with Penelope for not
Yeah.
being present, should we assume everyone else will be present? Or is someone like,
Mhm.
I actually don't want you to go fight because reasons? Then what are they? Who are they and what are they doing?
Gotcha.
That's a good question. I would assume Johnny's going with Penelope no matter where Penelope goes. Like that's just
Yeah.
That's their thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Morgan may or may not be able to go inside of the pocket dimension, and
Well, it's also like
Inan is going to be so far away he's off the map.
well, that's again it throws back to he would ask for Morgan's help in getting around because if he has to get back to y'all, the only way he's doing it without a command seal is Morgan's help.
Yeah.
I mean, would
And
any
that
of you
keeps
like
her
to
off the
ask
map
her?
as well.
Like,
I was like, you
Well,
could
that's what I
ask.
asked. Well, that's what I asked last time. The last can't like the last session we did. It just kind of I guess never got answered. So yeah, like
I mean, like, I think you asked if she could leave it open, and she said,
no, he asked if they could do the jump around. Like that is legitimately what he asked. Like that was brought up as a plan. But I'll do it again. So yeah,
okay.
like I did kind of turns to Morgan, and he's like, I think this might be the safest for the both of you, is to keep that distance, and it could buy some time. You know, whether or not she, if the if the bait works with, you know, having Belle pretending to be him, cool. But if it comes into we need to immediately shoot, and she knows like this arrow is coming from you, if you're far enough away, she has to at least run away from us. You can get a shot or two in, bounce to another lake or pond, both of you, and then she's got to turn all the way around somewhere else. I mean, we've seen so many things from atop that dragon's back. There's bound to be a good distance that, you know, you can shoot this from. Um, and if anything, or at least within a distance where I won't have all my resources eaten up immediately. Um, but then y'all could come back when necessary. Because her two biggest things were coming for the both of you. And if the both of you aren't there, then she has to deal with us.
And if she goes after the both of us,
And then come back. That's what I said. If you can just
like
pop through the
we
water,
can't
like
freely pop back and forth like that. It takes time.
okay. Then never mind. Sorry, like I out of character asked about this too as well, and you're like, yeah, this is different and it should be fine. That's why I'm like, okay, I thought this was
Right.
a fine
Like
discuss.
I'm telling you now, that is her in character response to your question. Whether or not
Okay,
there's anything else going on is up to her, but that is the answer she's
that
giving
is
you.
fair. All right, then if you want to stay close, cool. That means I will have to keep you at a certain range. That means you can get back at a certain time. Or close. And hope that she goes for well, the problem is even in corporeal, they can sense with clairvoyance other servants, right?
And that is the reason why it needs to be Belle disguised as Iron for the
Disguise.
bait. because she'll be able to tell if it's just someone else that looks like Einon that isn't a servant.
Yeah. It's like, as long as he stays incorporeal and she goes for, like, the vision of you, then we should be fine, and then he can just immediately undo it then if that's the case. It's like, it really is banking on if, like, plan A works is where all of that comes down to, and making sure he's not in the way of plan A. Um, cool. Excellent. Now I have one more question for you actually, Morgan, because I've been thinking about it all night. And by all night, all afternoon, since I have laid my eyes to rest. If, once we deal with the butcher's servant, when it comes time to deal with the butcher, if he got his powers from killing this narrow chaos, and we kill the butcher, is that gonna happen to one of the party members? Are they now going to be cursed with this chaos?
Are you planning on eating him?
No.
Probably fine then. The
Okay, so it's
the
just
general trick
specifically...
with that is that the dead apostle eats the other dead apostle, or at least consumes their blood. So
Ah, okay.
don't take a silly straw to him, and you should be fine.
That's good to know. Alright,
We
nobody
need
take...
to we'll need to burn his corpse so that no one or nothing else can get the
Yeah.
blood and
That's the
become the
tricky
next.
thing. Yeah, if you bury it under a tree, you get an Inosh. We learned that. That
Well,
was messy.
Yeah. We don't like that.
didn't think far enough ahead to think about disposing of the body. We've got enough firepower. I think if we can kill him, we can get rid of his corpse. At least I hope.
Alright, then incorporeal he will stay. Until we see if this first part pops off then.
Railroad conversation.
Hey, it's not fate if you don't talk forever and then immediately run into a complication.
Right.
Yeah. Love it.
And
Love it,
I would
Morgan!
like to have a chat with Cersei alone. So she's gonna kind of wander off and hope Cersei wanders with her.
I mean, she'll do that.
I'm sorry for offering you up as bait. I know you don't want to do that, and I will do everything I can to make sure she doesn't actually just punch a hole through you. But are you okay with this plan?
I think it's pretty clear that it's a very optimal plan if you are another master in the war and you're keeping your servant safe and potentially risking a different master servant. A lot of this seems to be about keeping the archer safe, and I'm not a big fan of that, as I am quite possibly the most fragile class in this Grail War. But
It's not necessarily that we're keeping the archer safe. It's that the butcher continues will lose his powers actually completely in forever if we can kill the berserker. But if she gets her eyes or hands on the archer servant, then he gets his powers back and he's much harder to deal with.
I do understand that. But also, if you manage to kill his servant, then you have two servants against a non-servant. I understand the strategy that you're talking about. I just acknowledge that there are a lot of steps being taken that are not strictly optimal. Like, strictly speaking, it would be in your best interest if you want to win the Grail War if the two of them have their fight and we don't have to step in until that has escalated. I dare say that however powerful this butcher is, he's currently hiding and his servant is running around, and the two of us could just leave right now. And if we did that, then they have to find a way to solve this, and we can go and participate in another part of the Skrull War that doesn't involve me getting punched in the chest. My class is not really made for this.
I know. I wish there was literally anything else we could do. I mean, we could leave all of them to the fates, but I'm not going to do that.
No, I can understand that. Allies are important. Just don't lose sight of who's taking the risks here.
I know.
It's not just me.
And believe me, I will do everything I can to make sure that seven doesn't touch you.
That said, something that I didn't hear any of you talk about. Let's say that servant manages to see Archer, and the butcher is unbound. Do we flee, or do we fight?
I suppose that'll depend on what the situation is at that point. If we have a good shot of still taking her down, we should. Otherwise, yeah, I think we flee.
From your story before, it sounds like when the butcher is up to his normal strength, a lot of our abilities stop working.
Yeah.
So if things are starting to go south, you need to be ready to call it very quickly because we may not have a chance to flee. Like, you're the master, you get to make this decision, but just remember, like, if things go sideways, if I can't do anything, then I'm probably going to die.
We just have to hope that things don't go sideways.
Then that's what we'll do.
I'm sorry. I'm not being a very good master. I know.
No, you're making decisions. You're making calculated risks. Like, one way or another, I'm not going to be here in a few weeks. So you have to take the risks that you have to take to get the outcome that you're willing to fight for. And it was decided that this is the best play you've got. So if we're not going to flee, then we have to go all in.
Yeah, we have to. My conversation. Oof. Did you do your sending?
No, I haven't done anything yet.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I thought you might have been doing the sending while
Oh.
I was talking.
Oh no, I was wanting to just do it out loud.
Oh.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I don't care. But before I do this ending, I was gonna have Penelope ask Morgan a quick question. Yeah, she's just gonna go up to her and be like, so how often can you do that neat little trick with the water phone?
Oh, you mean the get in touch with someone trick?
Yeah,
I don't know. I never did it before. Phones are still a new concept to me. I'm figuring it out.
it was really cool though.
It's kind of tricky. Like, you have to get an idea of frequencies and then you have to emulate them with water. So, something to
Oh,
play with. Microwaves are difficult, but working on it.
yeah. Do you think you could teach me that?
Once I figure it out, we can try.
Okay. I would love to learn how to do that. Like, I wouldn't have to worry about having a cell phone ever again. I'd be unstoppable.
your generation is very concerned about your mobile phones.
Necessarily the phone itself that I'm concerned about. It's more like the aspect of speedy communication. Be helpful.
It's fair enough. Well, I
Yeah.
will experiment with it at some point. I might need your help as someone to receive the calls. And once
Ah,
I've got a good feel for it, we'll see what we can do.
gotcha. Yeah, and yeah, I like also you don't have to teach me if you don't want to, but I would appreciate it.
Now I'm happy to share these things as I figure them out. It's been a long time since I've gotten to devise something new.
Yeah.
I got the idea from that Catherine woman talking about setting up her network.
Wonder how far she's gotten with that anyway.
Not sure, but that would probably be a little bit easier for you if she could get it to work.
Yeah. Like right now I'm at the point where I'm just like I'm gonna go home and bother mom and take the her little communication statue back.
It might
Be
save you a
like,
bit of trouble to have it local.
yeah, I don't know, maybe that's what I can go do while everybody's in like happy, fun, punchy time.
Are you concerned about the fact that they're all going to go fight?
Yeah,
Do you want to go
yeah.
fight?
I'll be honest, I really don't.
If it come down to it, would you go fight?
I mean, if I absolutely had to.
Well, play it by ear then. It's one of my sister's tricks, but if you're willing to fight, if you have to, then just watch out for when you have to.
Yeah, I just once they come up with a plan, I'm kind of like I don't want to stop them necessarily because I mean, like at the end of the day, their decisions are their decisions, and like I'm not fighting in the Grail War necessarily. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to influence who wins and make sure we basically make sure we get the good ending, you know?
Well, Kingmaker's not an easy game.
Yeah. Ugh.
Said it sounds like your job's going to be plenty difficult in and of itself.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna try and bullshit at this guy, but we'll figure it out.
Now, one question you might want to ask yourself is it possible for the conditions of that contract to go away as soon as it's impossible?
If it's sorry, repeat?
What happens if that servant dies before they can face Iden's servant? As I remember from the wording, it, if Iden didn't have a servant at the start of the Grail War, it would have ended. But I didn't hear any condition for what happens if he does have a servant. Like, what if you just fought different masters and another master killed one of the servants and they could never face each other? Or what if right now Iden went out there and told his servant to just kill himself? You'd lock the butcher out forever.
Oh.
Not saying it's a good plan. I wouldn't get rid of a
Hmm.
weapon of my option, but there's a lot of scenarios that are going on here.
Hmm.
Personally, I'm fascinated by this entire game because, quite honestly, this is a different kind of war than what I'm used to, and I'm interested in seeing where it goes. I'm also very curious to see who pops up in these things because you never know when you run into an old friend, you know? I don't know
Yeah,
anyone with fire hair, but I'm fascinated to see it.
yeah. I just based on what I've seen from what Diana was showing us and like what we've heard, I'm like I've got to know who it is. This is gonna be really fun. I mean, not fun because people could die, but
It's
like
fun with stakes.
yeah,
Well, we'll find out one
yeah.
way or another. But regardless, it sounds like we are on by time duty.
Hmm. Of course, we're on by time duty. um, you, me, and Johnny. I have no idea what the fuck Diana and Buck are doing.
I'd wager they don't either.
That's a pretty safe bet, honestly.
Well, Diana got her job because she can think on her feet, so I'm sure she'll have it.
Yeah.
I don't think Buck is capable of thinking with anything but that, so he's a natural fit for my sister.
Hmm.
Honestly, the way that everyone's sitting around and planning is probably driving her nuts.
Just like, all right, I gotta go. I gotta go. Like, just fucking do something.
Do it! Do it!
Yeah, sitting at home, like Nimue watching this on like Faye TiVo is like, oh my god, this episode is so boring. Skip to next.
She's like, they just keep talking. God damn it.
Look, Aiden's got one more talk in him, and then it's all hands, okay?
Oh shit, there was.
Honest wants to say one more thing, but she's not expecting a response, nor will she stick around for it, but not yet.
Yeah, I was like, I will say one thing is Aiden, but it won't take me long.
All right, let me make sure actually.
Yeah, you got everything, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like missing one of my notes, and it's really weird.
Oh no.
Did I take it out of this one? I did. Um. Oh yeah. Speaking of Diana, you guys were talking earlier, right?
We were.
Did she? Did she ask you anything weird or like? Do you think she's okay?
I mean, I think she's got the Faye equivalent of blue balls.
Oh no.
But I think she'll be all right. Eh, assuming no one punches a hole in her, she should be fine. She's sterner than people give her credit for.
Yeah.
She's picked a hard path, and in a lot of ways, a hard path was already picked for her. She did not really have a lot of easy options available.
No. Do you think she's gonna be able to get what she wants?
Possibly. I'm not the right sister to ask, but
I know.
I mean, give or take, there's always a way to do something. Besides, this is the entire premise of this contest is that someone gets a wish, right?
Yeah.
It means
She
almost
doesn't
anything's
really.
possible.
Yeah. Yeah. Too bad she doesn't have any command seals though.
Yeah, she'd have to rip him out of someone's hand, I guess. Maybe if Aiden falls asleep, she could just go yoinking. You only need the one, right?
If he'd like that very much, I think he'd be upset.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he'd be absolutely livid. I would be upset too. No, I suspect that she would be in better place to just ask for someone to wish for her, maybe make a deal, or barring that, she could, you know, go very old school with it and, you know, get there the way King Arthur did.
Dying?
Yeah,
Ooh,
it gets you there. Well, with certain conditions met.
certain conditions.
It's a whole thing. We can talk about it later.
Oh, okay. Um,
I'm not
okay.
gonna dump the wiki on you right now.
No, I want the entire content of the Moon
Let's just read
Wiki.
Garden of Avalon out loud and get
Seriously.
copyright struck.
She's like, okay, all right, I'll go ahead and get this sending off to. Should probably reach out to Jonas directly, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do a sending to him so I can get that part of things figured out.
Is he your teleporting friend?
He's gonna come help us.
Well, maybe he can provide you with an out if you need it.
Yeah.
Candidly, if I learned anything from actual warfare, you need to know where you're backing up if you have to back up.
I I think that's what's worrying me the most. Not necessarily for me, but for everybody else. Like I'm worried they're not gonna know when something is too much.
Well, if you're really worried about them, I can go with them instead.
Would you be okay with that?
I I can I am here to help you. Um, if you're planning on talking to someone who would not be very receptive to my presence, then I'm not helping you there.
Okay, but if you do go with them, you have to come back, okay?
I mean, that's my plan. I certainly don't plan on dying. I've been sleeping way too long to die now.
I mean, yeah. Just help them if they do need an out.
If it comes to it, I'll do what I can. I'm not as I'm not as filled with resources as my siblings are for their own reasons, but at the very least, if things look like they're going badly, I can call it like I see it.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna get this out of the way.
Go for it.
And then, okay, her sending to Jonas is gonna be, how fast can you get to Ulthar? We may be fighting the butcher's servant soon. Could use your help and intel. Let me know.
Bitch.
I was waiting for the bitch. That's how I know the sending is
I was
done.
just like, wait, I threw myself out because I'm like, wait, that's only 21 words.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm too efficient at this now.
It's amazing how much better you get at
Seems
that. It's
like
like the old Twitter brain kicks in back when it was
Yeah.
140 characters and you just learn how to do that.
facts.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just fill in the rest with bitch, 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 bitch.
Oh, it
There we
is
go.
like Twitter.
Yeah. Okay. Um, you get the response. Okay, so I'm under a giant tree and I don't see anyone. Sendings are short. Tell me where to go and I'll give you the info dump when I get there.
Oh, God. Okay.
She's already in Ulthar. Wow.
This is what
Okay,
his
she's been.
family does.
Yep. All right. Round 2.
You feel my sending pain.
I mean, you could send someone to get him if you don't want to use the
That's
sending spell. It's not that far away.
that's fair.
True.
Yo,
Oh,
Diana!
Like, you've reached that point now where you're like, oh, I need to use a sending spell. And it's like, you could also just go, like, get the remote and turn on the TV. Like, it's just become such an ever present tool for you.
Facts.
she's like, okay. Uh. Well, Diana just went, so she knows the way pretty easily. Hey guys, are you cool if Diana goes with you to beat things up later?
Is Diana cool with that?
Yeah.
Is that a question?
She'll do whatever I tell her to. No, I
Oh my
won't.
god.
Why would you assume that, Penelope? Because I'm very adorable.
She's her #1
Oh,
fan. Didn't you know?
so you're not wrong. However, what? The team punching things? Is that what we're calling it?
I suppose.
Or team
violence.
team violence?
violence.
Okay.
We've been team violence before. We'll be team violence again. Because we're all going to come back from this alive, ready for more violence.
I mean, yes. Okay. All right.
That is the
Right.
moral of this story.
Just to save myself some voice time. Penelope is going to discuss the idea with Diana. Diana's going to be like, all right, yeah, sweet, cool, hold on. All right, let me try and do the others. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. Because I already know the way there. And apparently Jonas is already there.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently he works fast.
I'll say.
So I can go on ahead and go get him and then bring him back. We get whatever we need from him. And then I'll go with you guys to go meet up with Fire Bitch.
Meet up is a strong word there, but
More like ambush.
I mean, you know what I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
You're okay with that, with being in danger like that.
I mean, I do this all the time.
I know.
She's a bad
She
bitch.
just points to the scar on her face. It's like, I didn't get this from, like, anything. She's just pointing at it. She's like, I fight. I'm pulling a Mishka here. I fight good.
You see the thumbs up from Bjorn in the background, like double thumbs up.
I will stab a bitch.
Oh, you get that by fighting bear as well.
No, we're not going to discuss how I got this actually, unless you really
later.
want to know, but it's really stupid.
Mysterious scar.
Yes.
Interesting.
Very mysterious, very badass. Definitely did not get this by doing anything stupid.
I believe you.
Good.
Bjorn is cackling in a corner.
I don't
Bjorn does not believe
don't make
her.
me try to convince you, because you're not going to like it if I try and convince you.
Mishka believe.
Mm-hmm.
Mishka have -1 to intelligence.
Oh my god.
Mishka did not say that out loud.
Oh my god.
I mean, legitimately, if you are curious, I will tell you about it later, but...
Sounds like you want to tell, honestly. You keep bringing up.
It's nice to have... It adds more mystery to the world if I don't tell you.
Sounds like you want to tell, but I respect your
campfire
privacy.
stories.
We tell later. It'll be my
It'll be
my reward for winning. Yeah. I kill Fire Lady and you tell me how you get your scar. Sounds like even trade.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Bjorn's in on this deal.
Definitely an even
How-
trade.
We all tell how we get scars if
Ooh,
we all survive battle with Fire Lady.
Have scar story swap.
Maybe even tell you
Woo!
about tattoos.
Ooh, you have
Ooh,
That's
ooh.
right. No wait, was I there when the tattoos were revealed?
You were
Maybe?
not.
No?
You have tattoos?
You were
Oh,
not there
yes,
for that.
many, everywhere.
Oh my god, I have to see.
After battle.
Ah, how dare you?
Everyone else got it for free.
Everybody else got it for free. I
Well,
had to
it-
win a battle.
Oh, you think you see old tattoos. Oh, that's very funny.
What, do you have one tattooed on your ass or something?
Perhaps.
One.
Aiden's like
The
while
word
they're
for
like
surviving against Fire Servant Lady.
Okay, just keep your underwear on.
No promises.
Oh no. Okay.
I feel like Aiden's like pulling it
Oh.
off to the side while this chaos happens.
Oh.
This is probably happening while Annis is off talking to Cersei and feeling like she's a terrible master and second guessing the plan and
It's okay.
Right.
Like you're on one side of the tent, Aiden's on the other side of the tent, or I guess like whatever tree. Since technically Penelope has left the tent, it's probably gone.
yeah.
I mean, it wasn't a tent, it was the
dome.
The hut, yeah,
She can't
dome.
leave the hut until she's ready
Yeah.
to break the hut down. She has not left the hut.
Oh, she hasn't? Okay, yeah, so he's on like the
No.
other side of the hut. He's like, yo,
Just
on, we gotta talk. So like they're both on opposite sides.
not, the fucking hut.
Fucking cry.
Yeah. So Diana will just go ahead and head back towards town to go fetch a transportation mage.
I guess Buck's going with her
Oh.
just
Sure.
in case.
He's just chilling in the bottle. I don't mind him.
She's just like not gonna wait for any other part of this conversation. She's just like, all right, I'm gone. Bye.
Goodbye. Yeah. I'm gonna say like a really, really quick word to Inan, like before we end it. Yeah, like he pulls them off to the side, the other side of the tent, He's just
I mean,
like-
Annis probably went outside with Cersei.
Yeah, it's like you guys.
that's what I'm
could
saying.
totally be
Outside, yeah. It's like, all right, I'm gonna grab like. Or he'll do it in there too. Honestly, he doesn't really like. It's not too. He just kind of sits down with him in the corner of the tent and is like, "We have to be ready. Everything. We want to entrap him into this contract, and this is if this plan A pops off, then it's possible. But
like flashback to Diana playing with a rubber band.
oh my god, if she's able to make it past this plan, we got to figure out who she is as fast as possible. We can't do anything until we know."
Are you saying that you accept the fact that I'm going to have to face her to determine that?
If I can face her, that would be great. In the lead up, if I can get that before anything even happens, that'd be great. But do you think it has to be just your eyes?
I don't know what you're going to see or what you'll be able to put together, but if you're looking to have additional insight into her, that would be me. That you may get everything you need out of your clairvoyance, but ultimately, if I'm going to participate in this, I have to look at her. I can't
Okay.
fire arrows blindly from a distance.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I'm concerned about plan A, and if plan A, like we can say we want something to happen as much as we want, but if it doesn't work, we have to be there to back up Belle. Because if that doesn't work, then we're not trapping him into the contract. It's just all out war, which is fine. This is war. We just we're tired of him always bending rules to his gain and not having us be able to do the same back. So we want to try this first. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, we're throwing down as hard and fast as possible.
I'm prepared to do whatever needs to be done
All right. We're keeping them safe.
as best we can. Like, it's a war.
Yep. Let's cross our fingers that she falls for this. It'd be the best outcome. It would be an amazing outcome. How far away can you stay? About the 1,000 to make eye contact, or do you need to be much closer? Like, how close are we talking here?
Like, to see who I'm
To
attacking.
see. Mm-hmm.
It's gonna depend. Like I need line of sight to attack. And if this is taking place inside that village, then I need you to get that servant to one of the roads so that I can take a shot from down that road. If they're behind a tree, if they're behind a building, I can't fire. And
Okay.
given that, yes, I can see them from a great deal away. Now, one thing that you need to keep in mind is that it's nighttime. So,
She's gonna be like a fire sticking out then.
oh, I'm not worried about seeing her. I'm worried about all of you. I'm not sure how
Ah,
well all of you can see in the dark.
I've got my goggles. Annis, out of care. Annis can see in the dark, right? It was Diana that had
Annis,
the problems.
Annis can see in the dark. Derek can see in the dark.
Yeah,
Freddy should be able
Freddy
to
can
see in
see
the
in the
dark.
dark.
Yeah. Mishka can't. Oh no. He's a human.
Hey, that's your favor. You're welcome.
Yeah, like Bjorn can.
I mean, if your target's fire, you're probably fine, but it's
Yeah,
dark.
you're doing great. But it's yeah.
Probably.
She makes
Oh,
the light. It's
I
fine.
earlier I forgot I was piloting Mishka for a second because I was so focused on Annis, and I totally forgot he can't see in the dark because he's just a human.
Oh my
Oh
god.
no,
And
that's
what a
Yeah.
bad.
hero.
I mean, look, his target's on fire. It's just,
Like, there's a light source built in. It's just this is acknowledging when you're asking him for long range shooting. He has a light to aim
yeah,
for. It's dark. You're not going to be
yeah.
able to see him.
Hmm.
Mm, mm,
One of us might end up taking arrows, is what you're saying.
yeah.
Aren't we trying to like bait her away from the cat village in the first place?
Yeah, we're trying to get her to that water source, which is
Hmm.
we have to find her, which is why I asked those 3 questions. Because right now she's incorporeal. She is within 12 kilometers, and she is somewhere in the north or the east. Um, but she's incorporeal, so we cannot see her.
Hmm.
We'd have to sense her. So I would, if we potentially could bait her out ahead of time, that would be great. And a
I will
specified
just note
location.
in the like meta, you're saying ahead
Yeah.
of time, but you took a
Oh,
long
sorry.
rest that ate up all your time.
Yeah. We gotta keep the butcher in that fucking place. Somebody lock the door and throw away the key. Just
I'm gonna spend another week stressing, aren't I?
I mean,
yeah,
we're
you
not
are.
we're past
Yeah.
11 now. Like we're not doing
Yeah.
the fight. Like
No,
we might get
absolutely
to the
not.
opening part of it so that you understand what the conditions are, but we're not going to be playing it.
Yeah, I figure I'd just get that question out of the way, and then like that way everyone asks their questions, and I'd leave it at that, and I'd be Gucci afterwards. Yeah. Well, I I definitely plan on letting them know that then. We might need extra light sources then. Ooh. Okay. biggest thing is getting sights on her. If God, it's just gonna be. I'm gonna keep Belle safe. That is my goal right now. Keep all of them safe. If A doesn't work, we go in. We go in fast. Just it is what it is.
You can
Get
plan
ready.
forever, Aiden, but ultimately something's going to happen. And when it does,
Yo,
you're going to make the best decision you can at every moment, as will I, as will all of them. And we just
yeah.
have to hope that all of our best decisions are based on the best information and within our abilities to get the best outcome.
Okay. Good talk. Probably actually good because now I gotta go let me know yeah, he can't see in the dark.
I imagine he knows that.
That's fair. Misha, I can't see in the dark.
Like, how low of an intelligence are we talking here?
Hey Mishka,
Yes,
did you know you can't see in the dark?
of course I can. I have carnivore vision.
Oh my god! Good, glad we had this talk.
I
Watch
did
out for
not
arrows.
have carnivore vision. It's so funny. It's so
I
funny.
see wonderfully in the dark. Unfortunately, there's no light.
And Bjorn's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I got that see perfectly fine in the dark.
See, great. Unfortunately, world is black.
Nothing wrong with my eyes. It
It
is
does
the
this
world that is
every
the
day.
problem.
Is normal.
I have my eyes open. I can see. I see black though.
Oh my god.
I'm in no movement.
I've got
That's
grays.
That's how I
Shame.
feel when I wake up and I don't have my glasses on.
I'm fucking
Like,
crying.
it's not. It's like I'm not the problem here. It's the world.
Yeah, right?
So,
World is all
Yeah,
black and
that's
stuff.
it.
Not my problem.
Why is the world so blurry?
all right. So,
Why are
safe
we
to
doing
say
this
we're at
fight
the
in the
part
dark?
now where
What?
we're
Yeah.
winding down because we've had many conversations.
Yeah, we could hold.
I'm telling you now, you're not going to be ambushed by a servant while Diana goes to get Jonas and bring him back. Like, she just succeeds. Like, it's fine.
Yay!
I'm not going to do that to you.
She's like,
Is Jonas going to be a long ass conversation?
I hope
Probably
not.
not. He's here to.
I hope
Something we can do now?
I mean, in terms
we'll
of
hold it
something
for
that you
next
can do
time.
now, like he's gonna like come back and he's gonna be like, I'm gonna fast forward. Like the info dump that he's giving you is that um the the master from lore who has the ability to look into the future a little bit is warning you that while she can't see the outcome of all of this, like you're going to encounter the butcher tonight.
So we're just slowing
That's
down.
your warning.
And that's it.
I mean, like information on the servant info dump. It's like the servant is from the Greek pantheon. That's your big clue from there. They don't know who. They know they're from the Greek pantheon.
Okay.
Um, it's hard to get a clear view of this because one, whatever's happening is going to happen at night, and two, when you put a whole bunch of servants in a place together, it gets messy. The fact that you're bringing two with you all the time seems to actually be making it harder to predict things. Also, not that she knows it, but you know it. Morgan existing makes all of this harder.
You know, that's fair.
Like, she doesn't understand that you traveling with Morgan effectively makes viewing your future a crapshoot,
Damn it, Morgan.
which is something that you were warned about.
It is.
T. I mean, I don't think we were born. Maybe
No, the rest
yeah.
of you don't know
No,
it, but
Yeah, I was like, we don't know. We're having a fun time.
yeah. I mean, it's not fair that other people can see your future. Now they can't. But those are your two
Yeah.
main clues. Past that, Jonas says that like he was instructed to be here to see how this plays out. He will help to the extent that he can, but if things get way too crazy, he's going to leave.
Oh yeah, as he should. Yeah.
And he will take whoever wants on the bus with him.
There we go.
Mm.
Now there's
Well,
multiple outs if we need them.
yep.
Ooh.
Like, telling you mechanically how that's going to work. This is not how the spells work, but he has an ability similar to teleport that allows him to take, like, essentially, you got to hold hands. Like, as long as someone is in the link of hand holding, they can come with. It's not limited by number of people or distance, but you've all got to be holding hands. If you are 20 feet over there when he goes, you are not coming with.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Like, what he does is oddly more similar to plane shift than it is to teleport.
Ooh,
Have fun thinking about that for a while. Or just
I
go watch
will.
Frisna whatever. Don't go watch
Yeah.
Frisna
Power.
It's creepy.
Oh yeah. The
But
power of friendship. Hold hands.
yeah, so he's back. You're here now. Um, you have that information. Um, it is coming up on the time when you're supposed to hopefully go interfere with whatever the butcher is doing. You said that you were going to try to go a little bit earlier because you want to ambush. Is that still the plan?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
In that case, for the sake of the map, it has become nighttime. Spooky dark. Let us move on to the map. Everyone who is going to be on the map. So let's just start dragging people. I'm going to just be dropping you in the main area. You don't have to stay there. It's just easier for me to populate the map that way. Um, I'm going to drop it on like outskirts of town. Um,
So, was there, not well, was there any other water in town? Since we're apparently doing this
Yeah,
in town.
there's that pond to the northwest.
Right, but
Yeah.
it's not in town.
it's not on the map, but it's not super far away.
Yeah, because that's I think where we're trying to line up at essentially.
That's where I'm hoping to do the hallucinatory terrain so we can bait her into the water.
It's also just away from all the citizens. So if we start fighting, it's by the water in the farmland and not people.
And I just need 10 minutes to do the terrain.
All right, so ultimately, Diana, are you going to be like in the town? Was that what was accepted?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'll put you there. Buck is on the map. Hide your
No, it doesn't.
girls. Hide your boys.
Yeah.
Hide you everything.
Hide you
Only one
everything.
person here is safe from Buck, and that's Annis, because he would never.
Yeah.
Gasp.
Even then, safe is a relative term because he's backstabbed her, so.
I mean, technically Diana is safe. Technically.
All right.
I need to
Again, it's
mark
how it's
off.
the word safe here. We need to define safe.
Oh, you just jumped right into my lap.
All right.
Suddenly a cat when we get to
Dropping
the cat
people
food.
on the map. Who am I forgetting?
Are you the welcoming committee for the cat village?
Enon.
He is not
He's
on the map.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. He's technically on the map,
Bell.
but he's not in the town map.
Bell?
Welcoming committee.
Question mark.
Yeah.
There we go.
Starting
She's
with
already trying to look like Enon, I guess.
Makes
Well,
sense.
we'll do it through the staff.
All right. I think I've collected everybody on the map. Hooray. So, for all the people on the map, you said you're planning on doing an ambush. You obviously want to corral her away from here, but you probably can assume that it's going to at least start in the town because that's where she's supposed to be, like making things miserable. So give me a rough idea of where you want your tokens to be starting,
Uh,
and I will move the ones that I control.
Annis needs to be at that water to be hallucinatory terraining it.
Okay, so I will move Annis to the area that is closest to the water with the understanding that she's off that way somewhere. Um, oh, that's so much targeting. Annis, so you're targeting everyone because you were healing?
Maybe?
Yeah, that looks like the people you healed last time. There we go. Arrow's gone. All right. I'm just gonna go down the list. Where does Aiden want to be at the start of this?
I mean, if the whole point is like disguised, it would make sense that he's kind of close by as well because like if she's disguised as Inan, then he'd be standing like maybe a little further ahead.
Uh-huh. But like, are you gonna be like in the main area?
Oh, that's oh, because it has to start there, right? I get
Like,
like wherever most.
if you're gonna be like trying to be in a place where like you could be seen, you would be in the main area. If you're not, then obviously we can put you in other places.
If I would assume main area, but I guess I can't. Like over here, maybe. Like before we actually part away from things, I need to make sure and like how much time do we have before shit actually goes down? Because like I have
I
to look
mean,
at
if
the
you're going
timer.
by the 9 o'clock deadline, by present, you're at like after your like 8 hour nap slash downtime so that you could actually get the spells that you needed to do the stuff you've done. Like you're
Yeah,
sitting on like 8:15 when you left camp, so you're at about 8:30 now. So you got like half an hour to set up, assuming the servant shows up right at 9 with the wristwatch and just starts wrecking shit.
yeah, yeah. Because like I said, it's important for the emboldening bond. I have to still be like 30.
So we're going to try and lead her over to the water, or are we going to try and start out at the water? That's what I'm trying to
Well,
figure
that's what
out.
I'm trying to figure out too. That's why I was like, I'm fine if we like just left the stuff on the map and came back to it because I'm trying to figure out like what are y'all like leading or starting to.
Annis will be wherever everyone else is. I've already used the spell slot, so fucking whatever.
Hold on, what did I miss?
They're trying to decide where they're starting. Annis needs to start near the water if Annis is doing the water plan. Ida needs to be within X feet of people to do the bond plan. So by extension, Iden would need to be near the water and everyone would need to be near the water, but they don't necessarily want to do that.
Like, I can set up the water and then we can lead her over to it. I just don't know if we'll be able to do that or if she'll just kill all of us before we can get her over to the water.
Um, else want to go near the water?
I don't know.
I
If
mean,
she comes, like, does it last long enough that you can walk back towards this way? Because I just need to be able to hit you with it.
24 hours on the terrain, so I can set it and forget it and leave it. But
Okay.
if we can't lead her over to the water, it's a moot point and it's a spell slot I wasted.
Yeah, like we definitely need to lead her over there.
well then, wouldn't it just be easier for Annis to do the hallucinatory terrain and be over there with Cersei, and then I didn't just go to her for a moment if it just needs to be like a quick second?
If I cast it, everyone has to be right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like it only lasts for 10 minutes, which is why okay, so say like whenever it's about to be time, like he just makes sure all y'all are together and he'd be like, okay, bond, cool.
Yeah, as long as everybody's in that one spot for that initially, that should be fine. And that way
So
the
ultimately,
plan.
from a timing standpoint, because your emboldening bond lasts 10 minutes, and because you're trying to
Yeah,
maximize all of the things that you're doing, you cannot use your emboldening bond until you're confident that you're going to be fighting within 10 minutes.
exactly.
Based on the condition of the servant manifesting, you are deciding that you're going to let her appear and start doing stuff before you use emboldening bond, and then you're going to close the distance to where she is, because otherwise you will not know when that starts. Are you okay with that?
I am gonna
No,
have to be.
bond.
Like you're kind of at the point now where you have a bunch of plans going on at one time and something is compromising.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to because like her plan is way more important. I can on as she closes distance.
Okay, then I'm going to move all of you to there, to that little part in the top of the map that we have right now. And then from there, if you want to enact whatever plan you have for drawing her over there, then you can do that. If anyone not in the bond wants to be elsewhere, you're obviously welcome to, but that is your starting point. So,
So I would say I assume Diana's not in the bond.
No, it's
Okay.
Mishka, Aiden, Derek, and Annis.
Okay. Then when everybody else is over in the direction of the like, Diana can serve as a distraction
Ooh.
and be like, maybe not be like, hey guy or hey angry lady, go that way, but like give them time to get set up and get the emboldening bond. That way both plans are able to go off.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Does that sound okay to
I
everybody?
thumbs up. Yeah, I thumbs up that.
I mean,
As long as you're confident that Diana won't get punched in half.
I'm not confident. However, I feel like that's going to be the best way for the plan to actually work out. Or, better yet, let me zoom out because I can't see shit. So right now, my eyesight is pretty accurate to Diana's. I'll have her, instead of having her parked under the tree,
Like right there, so she's in running
yeah, I'll
distance.
have her parked
Yeah.
on that path.
She'd be like, oh, they're coming up. They're making their way. Making their way downtown. I just walk faster.
They're all, yeah. If they're all over, oh,
That's
okay. I'm not, sorry, I'm not trying to actually move Diana. I'm trying to move the map, and Fantasy Grounds is being weird. Um, yeah, I'm gonna have her like right at the entrance to that path. That way, Annis is able to be by the water to get hallucinatory terrain going and to deal with all of that. And that way, Aiden has time to get that set. Diana can give them some kind of signal. What kind of signal? I'm not sure. I'll figure it out.
she blows her own horn. Charge! Charge!
But yeah, I think this is
Yeah.
a solid idea. Um oh, okay. I got it. So her signal when she spots fiery bitch face. Sorry, I just remembered she doesn't have a name technically just yet. Um when she spots her, she's going to yell run and on.
Ooh.
That'll
Spicy.
add to it and be like, okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Or she'll basically be like, Anon, get the fuck out of here.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. I'm here for it.
Okay. I'm getting a nod over here as well.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
all right. So you have a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So then, as a group, approaching the town, you're probably not going through the middle. You're probably taking the long way around so you can go by the pond first, which you do. Some of you go ahead and sneak into the town, like specifically from the layout right here, I'm gonna put Freddy over on the side because he certainly isn't getting close to the rest of you people.
And
Um,
he's got his potion.
Let me
Yeah.
untarget things because of strong lines everywhere and driving me crazy. So Freddy's out of there. Like the rest of you are not actually in that location on the map. Where do you want Bjorn to be?
Bjorn honestly might sideline next to Freddy.
Okay. So you've kind of got a line of people along the way, who can take shots or not depending on how things go. You've got a plan. Morgan is on the other side. Morgan is hanging out near that well because yeah, um, she's here to help if she can, but she's not looking to jump in the way. Um, so you've got all that lined up. Um, in terms of the town, it is dark. Um, Cat people can see in the dark, so they did not load it up with lights or anything. Diana, can you see?
Mhm. I mean, I can see whatever's on the screen technically,
Like, but do you have the ability to see in the dark?
but she does not have dark
Okay,
vision now.
got it. All right.
Um,
So, Diana, you can get there, but it'll be a little challenging. Um, but
Bring
you obviously can have a light source, like
I
you
would say
can
she's got the
exist.
she's got. I don't remember where she grabbed this from, but there's a battery powered lantern in her
Yeah,
inventory.
that's fine. Like
So
the main thing is you
yeah,
have a lantern. You can see,
yeah,
so that's fine. Um,
yeah.
okay, then people have gotten into position. Annis, you because it takes like 10 minutes, you've
Mhm.
been setting up your terrain.
Yeah.
Um, the rest of you are
Making it
back
look
with
like the grassland around the area.
Um.
what was that?
And making it look like the grassland around the area.
Got it.
While she's prepping that really quick, actually, Aiden's gonna walk over to Belle, and he's gonna be like, "This was a lot to ask. I'm gonna protect you with all I have." And he's gonna touch her and give her some protection, and that's my last fourth level slot. So I'll go back.
Okay. Um,
Before, sorry.
have you like so you've cast the spells? Have you applied the effects, or do we just need to remember that?
Uh,
I don't know if it has an effect or not. Like
I
I don't
don't
know how
think
it's
it does, but
programmed.
I'm sending this in chat so you remember it.
Okay, that's fine. So the
I am
people
at
that
a
you've done that with, okay.
Yep, I'm at
So
a fourth level slot.
okay, those are there. I'll drop Jonas on this before next week. He's also present, but he is not planning on fighting, so he is not in the way. Um, so he's there. I do not have Hemlock on the map because I don't expect Hemlock to do anything. If you would like
No,
Hemlock on the map, you're welcome to, but I don't think
he's
he's
in
going
a
to.
tree somewhere,
Yeah. Um, okay, so I think we've
keeping a
covered all of
lookout, I
that.
guess.
So all that said, everyone's in position. Diana, you with your lantern are like the leader of this attention game. So you're the one who's walking up to the middle of town. Um, Diana, give me a perception check. We will
Mm,
see what you can see because you're
Before,
the only one who can really see the middle of town right now.
before Freddy went to go hide where he is, I guess, Ennis would just very quickly, not expecting a response, just say, "Don't, don't die, please. Don't die for this.
I'm not
This
planning
is
to.
stupid. Don't die for me." And then she just walks off.
Well, technically, he's already dead. I'm
He's
kidding.
not
I'm kidding. I'm
technically
kidding.
nothing.
And then she's gonna, to Derek, also be like, hey, don't die for me, please.
I'm not
Don't die.
planning on dying either.
Okay.
And then Belle's
And
taken
she's
her
gonna be
potion.
like, Diana, don't die.
Oh my
Okay, but
god.
what if I want to?
No.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Did
What
she
if I'm
really?
like, oh, tragic? No, God, no. Why would I die for you?
Okay.
You're not.
Diana,
Wow.
perception.
Look, look. I wouldn't die for you, but that's
I believe
don't
you're
take.
being asked to
I am.
perceive.
I'm going to roll perception while I'm saying this. But I trust me when I said that I meant that in the most loving way possible.
Uh-huh.
That's a
Okay,
16.
that is enough. So you got your lantern. You're walking through a super dark area. Um, Looking ahead at the big tree, you can see there are a number of tables as before. You remember there were cats like sleeping on some of them before. There are no cats out there this time, but um, there is one person who is sitting at the table ahead of you with a big bottle of champagne and a few
Uh-huh.
glasses. And of course, it is Motley Apex the Butcher, who
Yeah.
seems to be waiting for someone to show up and make a deal. You
And
do not
Penelope
see a servant.
went to the bakery.
Yep.
Okay.
That'll be where we stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna stress about this for a week. Fantastic.
It is the fun of doing a whole lot of prep. That said, I will tell you what Penelope finds. um, when Penelope heads to the bakery is not there.
Oh.
It's just gone. Apparently, it comes and goes, like they said. So Penelope and Johnny will have the opportunity, should they wish, to communicate with the group that the bakery's gone, or they can come here or whatever. You've got plenty of opportunities to figure out how that's going to go because these are happening at the same time. So
Um. Oh yeah. Okay. So before Diana walks up closer, then can I just say that Penelope saw that the bakery wasn't there anymore and sent her sending?
to Diana, yes.
Yeah. And before Diana goes up to be like, "Oh my God, there's a Motley Apex under that tree," she's gonna come up to the others and be like, "All right, guys, real quick. Penelope just went to the bakery. The bakery is not there.
Hmm.
This is going to impact the plans. I would not be shocked if old Mr. Stitches is waiting around for us in town somewhere."
Hmm.
Being said, I'm not 100% sure how to respond to Penelope.
Hmm.
Um, but she is asking if you guys want her and Johnny to come help.
Question.
It literally is like he will never say no, but if she's not comfortable with it, he's not gonna force her to. Like that's
Well, I mean, she's asking.
Yeah,
yeah.
she's asking. She's
Then
not.
yeah.
Do we just abandon the plan and leave? Go through this water, go back to the base, go on with our lives.
This is gonna be a repeat.
Maybe one of the other masters will take her out or whatever.
I mean, that's always worth a shot.
I think this might be the only time you're going to find him without his army.
Yeah.
That's also true. You know what? Let's fucking do it.
Let's go. We planned as hard as long as we did.
Like wait, like we're here. We're here now. Let's just do it. If you want, I can go back up and talk to him again.
And say what?
I don't.
Come over here so we can kick your ass.
Yes,
Abso-fucking-lutely.
precisely. That is exactly what I will say. Hey, dipshit, get over here. I'm going to shove my sword so far up your ass. You're going to be coughing up whatever this sword is made of.
Well, I can see where he is in the village. I can do that if we need me to do that. Maybe we ambush him and kill him as fast as we killed his lieutenant guy.
Good. Do you and Bjorn want to come with me?
Yes.
We can just
Yes.
you figure out where he is.
Right. I do that right now. Or not commune. He's doing his thing where he can see the terrain and see where things are.
You see a giant collection of creature types under that tree.
Ugh. Okay. Okay. That. Ugh.
Also, there's a lot of cats, but you knew that.
There's a lot of cats here. I cannot taste, but ugh. Okay. He's under the big tree.
Oh, okay. Then
Oh.
yeah, let's. You know what? All right. She's realizing that Bjorn and Mishka are both much taller than her as well. She's like, I was going to do that thing where it's like, all right, I've got one arm on one shoulder and one arm on the other shoulder, and be like, all right, guys, how you ready to go do this? But I'm shorter than both of you, so this is not going to work that way. But so
We are now your bodyguard.
I guess so.
Hello, new boss bear.
Ooh, boss bear. Okay,
Yep.
I could get used to that.
Salute.
You're only a little bit taller than Penelope, but you're still.
Excuse you. I am 1 foot and 6 inches taller than Penelope. Thank you.
Only a little bit taller, but you're still boss bear.
Okay.
And we are just your bodyguards.
Well, I was going to say, as I am an emissary of Nimue, and you two are mercenaries of Nimue, because I don't actually know what your position is with her, and I don't care.
Well,
You're also
fair
with
enough.
my lady.
Okay.
Let's go in there and just show them what Nimue's squad can fucking do.
So are we doing ambush, or are we walking up and talking and then doing
And then
surprise?
bitch slap him.
We'll see how he's looking when we approach him. We can try an ambush. I'll put it this way, I'm not subtle enough for an ambush.
Well, I can. Sorry, I have to. I can make some of us stealthy if we need to.
Oh, I mean, I won't say no.
Or if you and the bears want to go talk, and then maybe he's distracted enough that he doesn't notice the rest of us ambushing him. I don't know. This isn't going to work.
It's alright, Ennis. It's going to work. Let's not worry too much about the future. Because you know where we are? We're not in the future. We're in the present.
Nimue.
So, and in the present moment, I want to go fuck some dumbass's shit up.
You go talk to him. We'll ambush him, and if his servant shows up, his servant shows up.
Stealth me up.
Alright, I guess everyone gather around, and I will see how many people I can actually do this to. Pass without a trace.
You have to be with them.
It's also concentration.
Yeah, it doesn't work like you passed it on and they can just go.
Right, that's why I was saying everyone gather around, I guess. It doesn't, it just says you and your companions. It doesn't give me a maximum
No, so
number.
it follows you. So you
Yeah.
would have to go up to the butcher too, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it's the trouble of it being ranged stealth.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
I mean, also, if you're walking with a lantern, they're gonna see you.
Yeah.
You know what?
So.
It's okay.
Just throwing hands. Just throwing hands. It's fine.
I'm just gonna approach. We're gonna handle this the way we can.
With violence.
I could offer him a deal.
What?
And buy everyone else time to surround him and then fucking stab him to death as many times as we need to. I don't know what that deal would be, but I could channel my inner Penelope and try and offer him.
And if you have a plan, you should let them try to do what they're gonna try to do.
Okay.
The longer we're like this, the more likely they're gonna start burning the town.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let's stick with what we've got. You guys already came up with something brilliant.
Yeah.
And
I about that.
And you're the only person I know that can pull this shit off.
All right. At least, yeah. And she's just gonna do enhance ability. Give you Fox's cunning, so that you have advantage on intelligence checks. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. That being said, I don't know how to actually do that.
Like, if you take off the spell, I'll apply the effect.
2d6 temporary. Does it do that? Oh, I guess one of them does that. Advantage check intelligence. Where is Diana?
Um,
I'm just gonna drag it onto her token if I can see her. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Hooray.
That is a level 2.
so she's gonna
Don't die and call him a little bitch for me.
reach out her hand to Annis really quick.
Annis doesn't take it.
She's gonna reach out and put a hand on Annis's shoulder, and I'm not gonna keep reaching over
Right.
because ow.
Well, I mean, yeah, I have to touch you to cast the spell, so.
She's just gonna be like, "You've got this." I think, what was it Penelope kept calling you? A boss ass bitch.
Yeah, sure.
You've got this.
I've got something.
You've got a plan. You've got a whole team of people that are standing with you.
That's the problem.
I've got a rocket launcher.
Wait, who said that?
Bjorn.
I thought it was
Iron too.
I got a rocket launcher.
You know, you do. You have a rocket launcher.
A grenade.
And I can turn people into fucking T-Rexes.
Exactly. So you let.
Yeah, just go call him a bitch, please.
I will call him the bitchiest bitch.
Go call him a bitch for me. Do it for me.
I'll call him a bitch baby. All right. Mishka, Bjorn, let's go.
All right. Let's go call this guy a bitch.
Yeah.
This is fun.
Hooray.
Do not get too far ahead of me. I cannot see in the dark.
I can't see worth shit either. That's why I've got this lantern.
Oh, good. This is working great.
I think that's behind. Oh no, Diana's over there. Hold on. Alright, I'll go there.
Okay. And I'll drag Mishka for you. Alright, so a lot of you rolling in. You see the butcher where he was before. He sees you walking up because you obviously have a lantern.
Yeah.
We're not being subtle.
No.
Mishka's not being subtle anyway.
And he's just going to call out at you from across the way. Guessing this means that Odin's not going to come and make a deal, huh?
Well, he sent us in as a kind of an advance party. If
we already had advanced negotiations. If he's not here, he's not planning on being here. The boy doesn't think that far ahead.
look. Here's the thing, though. Right now, you and I, we are not inside that little bakery.
That does not work nearly as well for you as you think it does.
Message to deliver. If you're interested in hearing it.
Is he going to show up, or am I going to walk away and we see what happens?
Are you going to listen to what I have to say?
Clearly I'm not, because I already explained what was going to happen. Doesn't sound like it is, so it sounds like, unfortunately, Aiden Suncatcher, healer of Eldath, has decided that this village is forfeit.
Nope. See, here's the thing. We're here to negotiate on his behalf.
This only
Now you
works
can-
if he is here to see my servant, and he is not.
Look, the only way you're going to get any sort of deal with him is to go through us first. And I don't mean that literally, because that would be disgusting.
I have no interest in a deal if he's not going to show up and deal. I am here instead of one of my lieutenants because I told him that I would be via you. He is not here because he wants to keep fucking around. So that is that.
I mean,
How loud is he?
we can lead you to where he is. I mean, my friends here can also help escort you to where he is. I just need you to cooperate for one fucking second, you little bitch.
This is not fun. Well, let it be known that I tried. Anyway, yep, tell him that what happens here is on him.
Nope. And she's gonna she's just gonna signal to Mishka and Bjorn to follow her.
Yeah.
And they're gonna get closer.
Yeah.
Okay. As they're getting closer, someone obviously appears next to him. So let's dig that out.
I'm ready. I'm not ready, but I'm ready.
All right. Let's see. Is there a way to do this that doesn't get borked? I really hate how, since they updated Fantasy Grounds, I don't know if it's going to tell you names if I share pictures, because it seems to just drop file names in instead of descriptions every time I
Oh,
share
yeah,
it.
you
That's why
might
it's showing the Neco Arc names, because those are the PNG names.
want to change that. Yeah.
I'm not looking. I
And
promise I'm actually not looking. I can't guarantee
well, I
anyone
know, but
else.
it's more a matter of like I don't know if it will let me change it when I share it, because they changed the entire way that images work.
Oh, so you can't
So
move the
Oh.
file?
And you don't
so
have it just Berserker, I'm guessing.
like
Do you want to put like a
well, no,
placeholder?
I have it in there, but like I don't like that I can't control descriptions and stuff.
We can like use a placeholder if need be, just so there's a token there. I don't
Uh,
want you to have to worry about.
does it? If I just dump a token, you don't see a name, so we're gonna do that. Because like I just dropped the butcher's token for right now. He's not on the combat tracker, so when you mouse over him, you don't see any names. So we're just
No.
gonna do this.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna zoom that in so that you can all see the picture when it appears. So what you get is this,
Ooh, she's angry and spiky.
Yeah.
and
I don't like that and. I'm just kidding.
this.
Oh, what?
Who the fuck?
And that will be your cliffhanger.
What?
Oh.
Oh, actually, no, I can tell you because you two were there. Um, Mishka, Bjorn, this is that guy who was running on the water that one time.
Oh! It's that bitch. You just see that
Botany.
bitch
Either he took it from them already, or he's working with them.
with botany.
And that's your cliffhanger until next week.
Oh, fuck us. Okay.
All right. So, hooray, everybody. Next time there will definitely be violence. We've made that very
Yeah.
clear. So,
Yeah.
hooray. Super long session. We did it.
Yay.
Good night, the internet.
Good night.
Good night.